いつも君と
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Yes! Yes!
Balseph had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here. This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis's transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah!
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dahnan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the Motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Corps existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Wow, this place is beautiful!
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shionne's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shionne. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
This shall suffice. Please,
Wow, that's some weird-looking meat you're cooking up there. What is it exactly?
That would be grilled rapig.
What?
Whoa there! What's the big brouhaha?
It's Rapig! How could you cook something with such cute little eyes? What did it ever do to you?
I fail to see what the problem is. Rapigs are perfectly edible creatures. Having said that, I do realize it's become rather rare to eat them lately. What with people increasingly embracing them as pets and companions.
They definitely didn't fall out of fashion to eat because of their flavor, that's for sure.
Agreed. Rapigs have tender, fatty meat. The taste can take some getting used to, but I would argue that's part of its charm.
If the taste is too strong, I imagine you can either just cook it thoroughly or simmer it with some herbs to mask it.
Indeed. At first I wasn't sure whether to smoke it with spices or simmer it in water, but I opted to grill it as is instead.
Seriously, Dohalim? You have the weirdest tastes.
That's probably because when you live the life of a lord, you grow tired of most ordinary cuisine.
So you end up seeking out more unusual food. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, putting aside what it used to be, you've got to admit it does look pretty damn good. Meat is meat, after all.
That reminds me. I do believe I once read in a book about rare delicacies, how one can go about preparing an owl.
Huh?
I suppose I won't have the chance to try it anytime soon.
Not with Hoodle, you won't!
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight. Oh!
I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menancia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
This one is wrong!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll see about that!
Its armor so strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
I'm ready!
Demons descend!
Flashing fang!
Let me free you of your power.
Here I come! Their arms are interrupted!
In a bind?
I'll smash you!
This one's mine!
No time to break this night.
Do it! On guard!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malika! Flaming That'll bring you down!
All yours, Kisara! Resonate with the earth!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Take begin!
Lightning Strike!
Look shot! Elusive deity!
Here I come! You're finished! There!
Do it!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
You picked the wrong fight. I owe you one.
No further!
Here I come. It's over.
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Orochi's Fury! Sword Rain Alpha! Lightning Block! Take this! You're finished!
Armor won't save you!
Here I come!
In the sky, it's mine! Do it!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Mega Ray!
You're mine!
That'll bring you down!
Piercing
Elusive
Here I
deity!
come! Rotating Pile Driver!
Vacuum Blade!
One guard!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Everlasting
You picked the wrong fight!
Make it break!
Annihilation!
By the power
Going
of
in!
Demon Fang!
without a trace!
Execution!
Double Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha!
Shattering the pieces! Attack!
Here I come!
Here goes! Do it! Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
That's far enough!
Here I come!
It's over! In a bind!
Without a trace!
Orochi's Fury!
Look sharp! Raging Murder Sword!
I think I'll check on the handshake!
It's over!
I can carve through armor!
A wall to shield from
Orochi's
calamity.
Fury! Take this! Take this!
Falling to thine own
Orochi's
death!
Fury! Vacuum Blade!
Sorry to trouble.
Sword Rain Alpha! Keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Burn!
No further!
Here I come! You're finished!
Begin!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Take elusive deity!
Mirage!
Soaring Now you see what I can do!
Here!
Drop
You're mine! You're finished!
Catapult!
This time! Not today!
Lunar
Here I
corruption!
come!
Lunar blast! This one's mine!
Orochi's Fury!
Storm!
Demon Fang!
I'll take that! Go get him!
Double Demon Fang!
Healing circle!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Raging
Time
cascade!
to let it rip! Here I come!
Stay still! Lunar blast! Fresh!
Raging Lunar Sword! Sword Rain Alpha!
Radiant pierce!
Sword Rain Alpha! Lightning coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction Light.
Ha! Burn in hell!
Do it!
Long! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
What's with that shining... We're in for a long slog with this one.
In a bind.
Shield and mace!
Orochi's Fury!
Begin.
Armor won't...
I'm going in!
Engaging. A wall to shield from calamity.
Fury!
This one's mine!
Make it right!
Blow them away!
Fire's attack!
Too hard! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! We're not kidding! Burn it out!
Astral energy!
Say no more! My turn! Sword Rain Alpha!
Yohalim!
All yours, Kisara.
I'm practically unstoppable.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Now you
Can't get out of this.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha!
So much for topping it out.
Double Demon Fang!
Where are you going? Going in!
This one's all mine!
Barrier.
Orochi's Fury!
Radiant blood! Here!
Vacuum Blade!
Now we're not.
Finish without a trace!
Smash you! Here I come! Not today! Orochi's Fury!
Make it wait!
Burning Lock! Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang!
By the power of
Not
flame!
here!
Finish
No
without a
escape!
trace!
Leave the
Orochi's
charges to
Fury!
me!
Raging Luna Storm.
Inferno Crossing!
It's on!
Hurricane
Sword
Flash!
Rain Alpha!
This one's
It's
mine!
over!
Ready!
I'm ready!
Hurricane
Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
Don't get careless.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand?
Let's dispose of the trash.
Lunar Corruption!
Crush!
Too
Demon
I'm
Fang!
ready!
Double Knock! Sword Rain Alpha! Target Cross Blade!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Spread! Inferno Cross! Here's a healing
Mirage!
heart! First aid!
Orochi's Fury!
Glacial Heart!
Blood.
Tiger Blade!
Here I come!
Bloody Howling!
Take this.
Judgment Spin!
Lunar
Orochi's
Corruption!
Fury! Demon
Armor won't save you.
Falling
Sword Rain Alpha!
By the power of water!
Hurricane Blood!
On guard!
Searing Cleanse!
It's on!
Mighty Blood!
Tearing you apart.
Burn in hell!
By the power
Resonate
of
with the
mine!
You're
Stalagmite.
mine!
Searing Cleanse!
Double Demon Fang!
You are
Sword Rain Alpha! Orochi's Fury!
An outstanding
Denied!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Lunar Corruption!
Orochi's Fury!
Lunar Flash!
Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha! Double Demon Fang!
Negative height!
In a bind.
Hurricane Flight! Going in!
Now you see what I can do!
This one's mine! Chronicles Speed!
Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Demon Stop!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara! I'll heal you all!
Ignite! Demon Fang! Orochi Fury! Sword Rain Alpha! Double Demon Fang! Soaring Blast!
Glacial Spear! That'll bring you down!
Take this! No further! It's over!
Hear me! Flame of
Here I come!
Take this!
Demon Fang!
Now here's the evil! This one's mine!
I'm ready! Double Leap! In an instant! Impact Block! Together, there is nothing that can stop us.
Indeed. As one, we are unrivaled.
And that is our greatest strength.
Let's dispose of the trash!
I'm not done! Ignite!
Radiant here!
It's over!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
Demon Fang!
Tiger Blade!
Being interrupted.
Demon Fang! Orochi Fury! Here I come!
This one's mine! This is it!
Too fast!
Stand back.
Here's the healing
I'll
arc!
trip it up.
Flaming Meteor!
I owe you one!
Crossing!
Not today! Take this!
Flame!
Ready and rare!
No dawn shall break.
At you! Soaring Blast! Orochi Fury! Take this! Walk! Blow them away! My turn! You picked the wrong fight! Not a chance! Take this! Orochi Fury!
Lion Power! Inferno
Demon
Perfect!
Fang!
Do it! Lock! Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Take this! It's over!
I never miss!
Orochi Fury!
Hurricane Foot! They really don't give up, do they?
Calamity! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come!
Appreciate the help.
Astral Art?
I'm ready! Frozen!
Hammer!
None shall escape my judgment! Judgment far enough!
Take this! No further! I'm not done!
Hurricane
Fury! Blow them away!
Hear me! Flame
My
of
turn!
Fury!
Ignite! Now you see what I can do! Demon Fang! Orochi Fury!
Going in!
Sword Rain Alpha! Double Demon Fang! Here I come!
Going in!
Demon Fang!
Hurricane Foot!
Dazzle! No, I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Out of our way!
Oh my lord!
This one's for us!
Is it too late to talk over our differences?
Fight you an air with
Radiant! Here! Inferno Crossing! Not in your dreams!
Anything in order to get out of bed! Devastation!
Here I come!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Orochi Fury! Stand!
By the power of flame!
Orochi Fury! Fall back! Eat your elusive deity! Back to the blade!
Make your break!
Orochi Fury!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action. Shine.
Stand!
Mega Ray!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Bestow thy mystic
Fire
mercy.
Here goes! First aid!
No further! Demon Fang!
If it's in the
Orochi's
sky,
Fury!
it's mine!
Demon Sword!
Looks like we got them all.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dahna. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control symbols like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handled the super, then we kept some answers.
Go for the weak point!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Ready to go!
Resonate with the earth!
Burn! On your Demon Fang! Orochi Fury! Sword Rain Alpha!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Take this!
Radiant Roar! Let them mark!
You're mine!
It's being interrupted.
Orochi Fury! Judgment! This one's mine!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Breath of life.
Demon
Hear
Fang!
my weary
Hear
companion.
my call!
You're finished! There's a flame inside me! Yours to be let free! No escape! Ignite!
Dance in the wind!
Wide open!
It won't escape me.
Magic is there!
Armor won't save you.
Freeze Lancer!
Resonate with the earth.
Air
No
thrust!
further.
Radiant Pain the Slob Hopper!
There!
Feel!
Thank you.
Orochi Fury!
Radiant
Be
Fire!
still!
Elusive Steed handles it.
Tempest Storm! None I never miss!
Elusive Deity.
Cyclone! Flame of Fury!
Take this! Trigger!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Benediction.
Here I come! Orochi Fury!
Reload! Confiscate! Light Astral Energy!
Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight!
Shine.
Get attack!
Right, watch out!
Demon Fang! Try harder!
Divine Savior!
Here I come! Try harder! My turn!
I'll face you. Now you see what I can do. In a bind.
Tempest Storm! Art Steel! Annihilation!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Demon Fang! Try harder! Not a chance! It's on! Burn in hell! Take this!
This one's mine!
Orochi Fury!
Here, let me help.
Take this!
Thanks. Raging Luna Storm.
Hope this works.
You require a hand. They smite with
Dance in the wind! In here!
I can carve through armor. Now it's my turn. In a bind.
We've got him on the run. Right. Still anyone's fight. Demon Fang!
Denied!
There!
Razor Cyclone!
Resonate with the
Orochi
earth.
Fury!
This one's mine!
The last fight. On your knees.
That move! Raging
Sword Rain!
Cascade!
Here comes a big one!
Try
Try harder! Now! Take this! No escape! Demon Fang! Triple Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! I could do without this evasion. I'm ready!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Now it's just her!
Faria! Can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagin, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidrea. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team. What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shionne's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens, I just need a little time first.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Soon, I have to be ready to face anything. I'm determined to save Xion and Dana. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. Curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only Sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me, meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey! It looks like the terminals in here turned on too!
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns, in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now. Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori? What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Xion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't! You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah! We can protect the world and save Xion at the same time!
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shionne. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shionne. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Dahnans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dahna.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Dahnans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Dahnan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dahna.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dahna's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
They're the true rulers of Rena!
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alton. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Annihilation!
You're mine! Orochi's Fury! Not today!
I'll be saving
Sword Rain Alpha! Double Demon Fang! Sword with
here! More without me from Freezing Storm!
Let's try harder! Take it! It's over!
Back into the fray!
Take it!
Annihilation! Lightning! Water! Downfall!
Orochi's Fury!
Everlasting shock!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Cyan Instant!
Take it!
Dance on the wind!
You're finished!
Marksman here!
Ignite!
Dance on the wind!
Annihilation!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Now it's my turn!
Nothing gets by me!
I'm not done!
The wailing
It's over!
I'll smash you! Dance on the wind!
Demon Fang!
Now for the get!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Might the flatten
Double
blade!
Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Take it! You're finished!
I'm out of ammo! Lock the
Flame
gateway!
inside me yearns to be let
Resonate with
free!
the earth!
Eat you!
Here!
Try harder! No shit!
I'm going to
Take
use
this!
all the power of my
Can't
healing
get out
arts
of
to
this.
attack thrust! Light energy!
Here I come! Orochi's Fury!
I'll be saving this one! Gemini Ultra! Light energy!
You're
Reload!
mine!
Cut the water out of
It's
your
over!
energy!
Take this!
Annihilate!
Double Demon Fang!
Piercing
Sword
bolt!
Rain Alpha!
Lightning orb!
Orochi's Fury!
Dance in the wind!
Burn!
Hitting pile driver!
Air thrust!
Take this!
Photon
You're finished!
flux!
Smash you!
Air thrust! By the power of water! By the power of flame!
Can you take it?
Without a trace! Hard below! Arcane fireball!
Try harder! Here I come!
Resonate with the earth!
Orochi's Fury!
Leave the target to
No
me!
further!
Mega ray! Gemini Ultra!
Breath of life!
Heal!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you all! A change between heaven and earth!
Burn!
A wailing
Take this!
energy of lightning!
It's over!
By the power of flame!
Sword Rain Alpha! Orochi's Fury!
Air
Demon
thrust!
Fang!
A change between heaven and earth!
You're mine!
A wailing
finished!
Ganthian lightning! Divine Saber!
Anything in armor is all mine!
You get the gift! Sleep now!
Burn in hell!
I can carve through armor!
I'm going to
Demon
use
Fang!
all the power of my change between heaven and earth! Here's a healing arc! A wailing Ganthian lightning! In here!
Instinct shock!
You're mine!
Begin!
Stay away from my friend!
Intake this!
Take this!
Being
Take
interrupted!
this! Orochi's Fury!
Prototype field!
Can't get out of this!
Double Demon Fang!
Mega ray! Raging
Orochi's Fury!
annihilation!
Negative
Here
gate!
goes!
Sword Rain Alpha!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial Thousand Gales, tear you to shreds!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy.
Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Arenas Alva!
Too late! You can't stay here!
We need to go! Alphen!
dare you try to run?
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law! I am...
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
owe you one.
Astral energy!
Say no more. Not today. Not today.
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Hi, Hoodle! They're confiscated! Help this! Mega Ray! Annihilation!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Freezing storm!
I owe you one.
Razor Cycle! Hope this works! Tornado!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Take this!
Demon Fang!
Mega Ray!
In a bind?
Light Action Prime! Malevolent!
Eat dirt!
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Take this!
Annihilation!
Air pressure!
Take this! You're finished! Try harder! My turn! Move escape! Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha!
Lunar
Demon Fang!
Lightning!
It's over!
I never miss!
You're mine!
I'm going to need to use
okay.
all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Pain.
Orochi Fury!
Pile driver!
Demon Fang!
Illumination!
Vacuum Blade! This one's all mine!
Can you take it?
Sword Rain Alpha!
You're mine!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Ha! Burn!
Freezing radiant storm!
Ha!
The sky is mine!
Orochi Fury!
Illuminate the dark!
Demon Fang!
Where are you going?
Orochi Fury!
Stand between heaven and earth! Lunar corruption! Awakening Fury!
Now you see what I can do?
Orochi Fury!
Lunar corruption!
You're mine! The flame inside me is yours! Now!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep.
Any longer and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among them. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Tarnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values. Resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
My word, this must be the work of Providence.
Prava what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
we really just spend that much money?
Thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danan side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrecht 35.
Hevrecht 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Date Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will. A voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renasalma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis. which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Fazel with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Xion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not.
There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Dahnans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevric 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevric 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live, and I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shionne. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shionne? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? But it's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people. Even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Xion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's Great Spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Heverick 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Heverick 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Xion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Xion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, Can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Evrecht 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying. But we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know,
I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Everett 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember saying anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
That's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Xion,
No, You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
there's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnans started pressing their own.
Renans, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves. We've reached our destination.
Hey.
Yes.
Just great.
How's the...
Got it.
Hey! Yay!
All right.
Something.
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No, I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not... hugely? Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow! Seriously, what the hell?
I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one. It's hard to believe I once worked in this soup, let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head's spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know! I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. He'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Xion, stay and keep an eye on him.
And then there were two.
Bit of an overreaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
Welcome back, Law.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
I think Hootle senses something.
Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure. You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Xion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
I love how much amazing food we get to eat even when we're out on the road.
Me too. Especially compared to what I used to have when I was still a slave. This is paradise.
It's amazing what good food can do to keep your hopes up. Nagal used to say all the time that the power of food is subtle, yet profound.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? For whatever reason, I find I don't worry nearly as much when I've got a full stomach helping me out.
That's why you shouldn't be such a picky eater.
Huh?
She's right. You always leave food that you don't like on your plate when you're done.
Come on, what's the big deal?
Back in the day, I couldn't think about leaving any food. It was such a waste not to eat at all. You needed every last scrap of energy.
Exactly. Even when my brother and I didn't have much to eat, we all did what we could to make it taste good and enjoy what we had.
That definitely explains a lot about why you cook the way you do, Kisara.
Dohalim, I bet you don't know what any of that's like. You must be used to food being handed to you on a silver platter.
Sometimes it was gold.
You didn't shy away from that at all.
Although, there was one experience that does come to mind.
Oh?
When I first learned that the food I ate originally came from animals and fish, I was rather taken aback.
You just ate whatever was in front of you without even thinking about it?
That's a silver spoon elite for you.
Your cooking has really improved, Xion.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it so fun. I'm glad everyone seems to enjoy what I make too.
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients tend to run really low. What's up with that?
That is a good point, Law. There's a weird difference between the amount of ingredients she prepares and how much food actually gets served. Curious. Very curious indeed.
I don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little when you fry them up?
Or maybe she eats all the bad batches herself so we won't notice.
Come on. I wouldn't do anything like that.
Then how would you explain the difference?
I have a theory that I wish to propose.
What is it?
As we all know, Xion here can have quite the appetite. I imagine she often taste tests her own food as she prepares it. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late. Far be it from me to level such an accusation, but the facts lead me to conclude that...
She's been snacking while she cooks.
And yet, she still looks so slender in her clothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of envious, actually.
Wait a sec, are you guys trying to say she's...
I'm what?
Nothing?
Nothing. Xion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain, and then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Xion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy, but I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that sound?
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can. It feels kinda surreal to make people happy with something I made.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while? Another fine day for journeying, huh?
Tell me, do you ever find yourself tiring of the vagabond existence?
It's better than being enslaved, that's for sure. I get to pick my own destination, for starters. You don't get those luxuries as a slave.
Shackle a man's feet, and you put a clamp on his heart as well.
Then there was the food. Gross slop that left you in a permanent state of hunger. Ugh, you wouldn't believe the things I ate to keep from starving. What about you? This must all sound pretty alien to someone who used to be a lord.
Is that a hint of interest in my past I detect?
I guess that's one way to put it.
Well, certainly starvation was never a concern I had to contend with. The day-to-day grind was largely taken care of for me. I even had help getting in and out of clothes. All that was required of me was standing still while looking solemn.
That's quite the downgrade you've made. It's a wonder you don't sound more bitter.
This might surprise you, but I actually don't find our current situation all that disagreeable. My own hardships paled in comparison to yours, granted. But life as a lord came laden with its own restrictions. Forgive me. Such complaints must sound like feeble extravagances to a Dahnan.
True, Renan opulence doesn't feature high on my sympathy list. Then again, yours isn't exactly a normal case.
I suppose it's not. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder how much easier life would have been without the trappings of nobility.
You really mean that?
Pay me no heed. Naught but the ramblings of a privileged eccentric. Whatever my past, it has led to my being here. That is all the reality I need concern myself with. I suppose we should call it a day. Once we finish eating, we should get going.
I won't forgive you!
Lion!
This could be useful.
Didn't even break a sweat.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
Your blade moves like silk. I just let my instincts take over. How fascinating.
As impressive as always.
Only the best materials in your garments.
You really do have quite the discerning eye, Dohalim.
Yeah, they all kind of look the same to me.
Looks like we made it here in one piece. Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history especially.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but you sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
Rinwell.
Thunderblade!
Ah! What the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back. Whew!
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Sorry, it's just... I don't know, I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, a lot's changed now he's got his senses back and all.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like we did, then I never would have experienced these feelings, so... I guess it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but I know what it feels like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Shion, but that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I'll say, cooking immediately springs to mind. And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your mind that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alphen's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team, right?
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the... An ambush?
Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zeugle?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zeugle or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only natural insects would feel more at home here than Menancia. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Dohalim, I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard!
Oh?
Right.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zeugles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
I never thought about this until now, Alphen, but doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time? You feel heat and cold again, don't you?
Admittedly, yeah. It can get pretty toasty in this thing.
Is it hard when your back starts to itch?
Oh, you bet. Plus, my shoulders get stiff wearing it, even if it's not all that heavy.
Kisara looks like she manages all right with her armor.
Armor takes a strong body and a stout heart.
Spoken like a true guardsman. Not that I really get what you mean.
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be. Like, what do you do when you need to take a leak?
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a pain, yeah. More things to take off.
That sucks, man. Wouldn't it be easier if you just walked around outside of your armor most of the time instead?
You never know when the enemy might attack. As tempting as it might be to take it off, it's not worth getting killed over.
So basically, you're screwed if you ever get attacked while taking a dump. Right, Rinwell?
Are you doing this on purpose?
Huge. I bet it'd be a good way to test my strength.
Don't get carried away, Law.
Airborne beast, my specialty. That'll bring you down.
Aim for the weak spot. Burn in hell! Demon Clan! I'll take you all off here! Wide open!
It won't escape me. Armor won't save you.
Air thrust! Light astral energy!
Deity, Martha! Can you take it?
You're finished!
Here! Concentration!
I'm not done!
Evil. That'll bring you down.
Take it!
By the power of flame!
This one's all mine! Stardust!
Can you take it?
Lunar Rondo!
Hold on to your heart. Here I
Stardust!
Explosion!
You picked the wrong fight!
Far enough.
You're mine!
Yours are not the spirits of just any warrior.
Save your comp. Astral energy!
Say no more!
None shall escape my judgment.
Here I come! You're finished!
Can't get out of this!
Orochi Fury!
Here!
Sword Rain
Resonate
Alpha!
with the earth!
Double Deep Attack!
Rending you apart!
I'm not done! Resonate with the earth! Orochi Fury! You picked the wrong fight!
Such unadulterated skill.
This one is almost in the bag.
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best. It's weakened.
This ends now! You're finished!
Radiance here! Illuminate the sun! Holy light! Here goes! It's confiscated! Mega ray! Ready to go! Now! Annihilate! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
It was a close thing.
We finally made it.
Yeah.
How?
Huh? Well...
Hey!
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Everything okay there, big guy? You look kinda pissed.
I'll say. He looks like he wants to bite the head off something.
What's eating at you? Come on, Alphen. You're gonna bring us all down if you keep that ferocious scowl on.
Hmm? Oh, sorry. Do I really look that ticked off?
Yeah, it kinda makes you hard to talk to. So, what's bothering you?
It's a pebble.
A pebble?
Snuck its way into the back of my boot. I can't seem to get rid of it.
Oh, I totally get you. Weird how much it can get on your nerves, huh?
Yeah, it's barely bigger than a grain of sand. So how come it feels like I'm walking around on hot nails?
You know, maybe this is a crazy solution, but you could just take your boot off and give it a shake.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, of course. You're right. Phew. It's like I've been given a new lease on life. Thanks for the tip, Shionne.
Seemed kind of obvious, but you're welcome? That's the trouble with windy places. All that fine debris ends up getting into your hair and clothes.
Alphen, is it just me, or have you become extra sensitive ever since getting your sense of pain back?
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was a fly buzzing around that annoyed him so much, he unsheathed the blazing sword.
So much for sensitive. That's just being a Mr. Cranky Pants.
Nothing new on that front, then.
What's the matter, Alphen? You look a little tense.
It's nothing, really.
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point. Hence the building frustration showing plainly on his face.
Would you stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do. Guess I misread the landing.
That Zeugel's in our way.
No choice.
Grant me the strength to march on.
You're mine!
Shattering the pieces! Can't get out of sight! Leave the agile ones to me.
Orochi Fury! Vacuum blade!
No dawn shall break this
Sword
night.
Rain Alpha!
Eagle ray!
Here I come!
Death from the wind!
You're finished! Burn!
Armor won't save you!
You're finished! Barrier!
Magic is mine! Feel!
Dazzle!
Now!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
A whirling storm! Round the top field!
You can't get out of this!
Demon Fang! Orochi Fury!
Feel!
Raging Lunar Storm!
Hear my call! With the others!
Denied!
Spread!
Such unadulterated fury.
You're mine!
Breath of life! Heal my wearied companion!
A freezing storm!
Cure! Being interrupted!
You're mine!
A whirling struggle!
Captivity!
Winds of heaven! First
Too
force!
fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up!
I'm ready! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
I'm ready! Double me! In an instant! Impact Cross!
Freezing storm! Lightning!
I'll smash you!
Primed and ready! A chain between heaven and earth!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Didn't think you had it in you.
Spoken. There's a time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
More for the learning!
Another incantation ruined.
Where's it going?
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
No further!
I can do this! Deny!
Begin!
I'll heal you all!
Demon Fang!
Wind astral energy!
Demon Fang!
I'm ready!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
We've reached our destination.
Right.
Good. You don't...
Right.
Agreed. That treasure. What a sweet-sounding ring it has.
You really think so?
Hey, Alfred, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here...
Why?
Oh, yes. Well... Yeah!
My thanks.
I can't say I'm impressed. You're making promises too freely. And that last exchange...
Niez is beset with grief. As a responsible Renan, it falls to me to extend my hand.
I don't think it should be your burden to take on.
Yeah.
I see. Good.
Well... Oh!
Good.
Yeah.
I see.
Really?
What?
Yeah. Well... Those three seem to get along so well. Was it really right for them to separate?
It was his choice, and he ultimately chose the lady over his friend. I can only hope this helps her in her recovery.
We finally made it.
What a rush!
Huh?
Yes!
Huh?
Well...
So then, my thanks.
Can't believe Deadeye was caring for these owls. Maybe he really was a nice guy once.
People are not born immutable. They change. And not always for the better.
This time it was for the better, though.
Indeed.
I bet that one could give me a decent workout.
You're planning to fight it alone?
Nope!
Out of our way!
Take this! No escape! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down, now!
If it curls up, time to get out of the way.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Shield from calamity.
Do it! Run well! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
A fascinating art there.
Care to give it a try?
No. A little unrefined for my taste.
That's how you judge them? you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Oh! Oh! Oh!
What a wonderful treasure this is.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch? Hey, Alphen. Why do you like spicy food so much anyway?
You know, I haven't thought about that before. Maybe because when I couldn't feel pain, it gave me that kick I was craving.
But now that you can feel pain again, wouldn't your tastes have changed?
Did you like spicy food when you were younger?
Not as much as I do now. At some point, it just became something almost like an addiction, I guess.
I can most certainly relate. Once you've had your fill of ordinary food, you cannot help but seek out more unusual fare.
I don't think that's got anything to do with Alphen's tastes. Although I won't deny that you definitely have a thing for exotic food. The stranger the better.
I just wish I could have gotten you into sweets like me, Alphen.
I like food that's dense and keeps you feeling full myself. It helps you last longer when you're on the move.
We all know you're a quantity over quality kind of.
What was that?
Nothing. I lost my train of thought.
You know, I've also noticed Shionne's not really into the same kind of food most Renans are. Could be it's got something to do with the way she grew up.
That's so me. Even when I was little, I was all about food that gives me strength. All meat, all the time.
And I guess Kisara is so good at cooking fish because she can catch them herself.
I'm only good with fish because it used to be the easiest thing to get. When you work with something long enough, it comes naturally to you.
I like fish just fine. But what I really like about your cooking is how it tastes homemade. It reminds me of what my mom used to make.
Really? You know, I used to cook a lot of meals for younger kids, and they said the same thing.
When you get down to it, I guess the things a person cooks and the foods they like say a lot about the way they've lived.
What? Hey guys, I don't see any of our food anywhere.
What?
I know! The bag we kept it all in has vanished! Some Zeugles must have gotten in behind us and swiped the whole thing while we were fighting.
What? Huh? What are you guys talking about?
This affects you too, you know! We lost all our food, including all those sweets you love so frickin' much!
What? How could this happen? Those sweets are the highlight of my day! Oh, so hungry.
Hunger is like that. The moment you know there's nothing you can do about it, it becomes that much more unbearable.
Whoever did this, I swear I'm gonna make them pay for stealing our supplies.
All that's left now is this one lonesome apple.
Law?
What? Hey, don't look at me like that. I picked this apple myself. I'm not just gonna...
Food. Hand it over.
Stay away!
Hey, I'm back. Huh? What the heck happened here?
Only a poignant reminder of how dangerous a food shortage can be in a collective. A serious problem indeed. And one we should all be mindful of.
I see. Does it have anything to do with why you're holding our food supply bag behind your back?
Whoa, that came out perfect!
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Hootle, let me know if you sense anything. I want to go back to bed. Little help! That was almost too easy. No enemy can stand against us.
If only every battle went so well.
An opponent like this should be easy. Strike!
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
and thus our strength yet grows.
Ah, hoo-hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo!
That treasure. What a sweet-sounding ring it has.
You... You really think so?
Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. They could also be strict, though, especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well. Of course, if I'd had known that one day I'd be doing this, I would have taken my studies more seriously. What about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constantly that training was the only way to survive in a world like this. It got bad enough that I ended up running away and siding with the Renans of all people. And now, I've got that training to thank for being alive.
I know how that feels.
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
You don't say. So, did your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand, but I'm glad. Your dad must have been a great guy.
He was.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something about Cyslodia always feels mysterious to me. Solemn, almost.
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own Octalina Palace is no slouch.
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the shadows on the silvery white snow, it has a certain indescribable quality.
Indeed. It was boorish of me to even suggest such a comparison.
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still, more pleasant now that the locals aren't quite as frosty towards us.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty for your warm self.
Oh, come on! You know I didn't mean you. Besides, really, I'm the one who...
How about we stop getting hung up on the past for a change? Take what you've learned and put it to use in the future instead.
An unexamined past can be just as dangerous in its own right.
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain someone I know.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the same thing about one or two of the other women around here.
Tell me about it.
I think I'll refrain from commenting on this one.
Hootle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty red meat sound better, boy?
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with treats! Get your own adorable sidekick if you're so desperate for one.
He appears to enjoy being the center of attention.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell used to be joined at the hip, or shoulder to talon.
It's not just Hootle who's become more trusting. Isn't that so, Rinwell?
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose since we've been together, I've done my share of coming out of my own shell too.
Well then, I guess with you and Hootle, that makes us all one big happy family.
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hootle will come over and sit next to me. I only wish I could actually pet him.
Oh, you will someday. You won't believe how soft he is.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old Featherbrain without him trying to claw me to ribbons.
Really? He seems tame enough around everyone else. Maybe it's just Hootle's way of establishing dominance?
That's dogs, not owls.
What's going on when Hootle pecks at you?
I don't know. Like when I'm talking to Rinwell, it's like he's trying to muscle me out or something. Unless... Wait, you don't suppose I make him jealous?
Come again?
Ow! Get off of me, you insecure fluffball!
I rather think they make a good comedic pairing.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
I see you've got your relics all lined up again. What are you doing? Huh? They're so bright now.
Oh, it's you two. I was merely tending to my collection.
Don't you think you've polished them enough by now?
You take better care of your relics than you do yourself.
I try to take good care of them. However, no matter how much work I put in, it refused to respond.
I thought you could hear their voices somehow.
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't actually engage in conversation with them. Not yet.
What are they saying? Did they really want you to polish them that much?
You're right. I was so enraptured with them, I may have selfishly failed to consider their own wishes. I must open my mind and sincerely engage with them in earnest.
He never gets tired of his relics, does he?
Nope. It is interesting to look at them when they're all lined up together like this, though. Like how these two have similar designs. It makes me wonder if they were made in the same period.
An excellent observation. Yes, I too suspect they're somehow intimately related as well.
I don't see what you two are talking about at all.
Hmm? What's this? Why, that smear wasn't there previously. Could it be responding to my voice at long last? It's rather viscous and has a distinct aroma to it.
Ugh, Hootle! These relics are no place for you to do your business! I'm serious! These are priceless pieces of history!
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands before you catch anything weird.
What a wonderful treasure this is.
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely.
Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either. Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
Yeah, so we'd noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Dahnan uprising in Calaglia, the crown contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time, the fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just what do you take me for exactly?
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further. Some lessons just can't be taught.
Not to dolts, anyway.
Hey, Kisara. What's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicente was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
I'd like to see someone try to impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle? Maybe something's going on in the forest. I think Hootle senses something.
There's history in the air here. I can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Do you see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase after every little...
Yeah! Hey.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Just...
I guess... Thanks.
Huh?
All right. Got it.
I finally made it.
Let's see.
Easy peasy. I knew I could handle it.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Hey, do you have time to talk? There's something I need to ask you.
Of course. What's up?
It's about the doll I used to have as a little girl. I gave it some more thought, and I still don't remember actually receiving it from anyone.
You were so little. I don't think it's that surprising you've forgotten, is it?
Yeah, but here's the thing. That doll was so old, I'm starting to think I just always had it with me from the start. I know that it's extremely unlikely, but after last time we talked, it got me thinking. Maybe you brought the doll that child made with you to Lenegis.
I couldn't be.
Are you saying you didn't? Look, logically speaking, I know it's a lot more likely that you didn't bring it with you than you did. But you can't say for sure you didn't, right? Crazier things have happened. I always thought I'd be alone, only to end up meeting you, and Law, and Rinwell, and Kisara, and Dohalim. Sometimes things happen in life that we never thought possible.
You make a good point. I left everyone and everything I knew behind 300 years ago. But now, I'm not so alone anymore.
Exactly. You crossed all those centuries to find all of us, so...
Why can't a little doll have made the same jump too?
Right? Look, it's up to you to decide if there's any meaning behind all of this. But...
Yeah, I think so too. There's something beautiful about the whole thing that simply can't be denied.
I'm looking forward to breakfast. Did you get enough sleep?
Retreat if you know what's good.
Well then, I should probably think about tonight's menu.
Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle in that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter?
They really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law.
It's gigantic.
I'd say we're about evenly matched.
Gotta break through!
Freezing storm!
Demon Fang!
Don't mind if I do.
Bet that shell's hiding something tasty.
Burn in hell! Demon Fang for the weak spot!
That'll bring you down.
All back in their defenses!
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
It's over!
Glacial Spear.
Sword Rain Alpha!
An Astral Art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
The flame inside me cured!
There you go. Don't let up.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Here I come. Explosion.
You're mine! Demon Fang!
Let them march me.
Raging Lunar Storm!
Here I come!
Lightning I never miss.
Take this!
Thunderblade.
You're finished!
Illuminate the sun.
Double Demon Fang!
Holy
Sword
Land.
Rain Alpha!
Radiant heaven and earth.
Regeneration!
Regenerate. The lightning.
No arts of being interrupted. Let us take to the fray.
Burn in hell!
Thunder field.
Here I come!
Let's go. It looks like you got this one covered.
Thanks, Shio.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. You bet.
Orochi's Fury!
No further!
Demon Fang!
I can do this all or steel.
Double Demon Fang!
Forgive me.
You'll pay for that! Eat dirt! Demon Fang!
Not on my watch.
I can carve through armor!
Leave the charges to me.
Rest to the wicked.
Raging Lunar Storm!
A wailing beauty of lightning.
Now or never! Demon Fang!
Got it. This one's mine. Never miss.
Simply incredible.
Burn in hell!
Denied. Sleep now. This one's coming. Here I go.
Double Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha!
Listen, hide.
Take this!
Lightning condemned.
Another incantation ruined.
Not on my watch.
Take this! Orochi's Fury! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Flaming thrust! You picked the wrong fight!
Illuminate the lightning.
I can carve through armor! Bloody
Escape!
A chain between heaven now. Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
You're mine!
Instant! Outstanding form!
Elusive deity!
Orochi's Fury!
I'll take this!
Holy land! Burning strike! Between heaven and earth, here's evil! Not in your dreams!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Ignite!
That'll bring you down!
Take this! Orochi's Fury! Sword Rain Alpha! Double Demon Fang! Be still!
You require a hand.
You're on! Hold nothing back!
Allow me to help.
Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Flaming Thrust!
Dance on the wind!
The enemy is going all out! Here's
The
evil!
flame inside me yearns to be let free! Stardust! Lunar Rondo! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll smash you!
Take this!
Orochi's
Fury!
Raging Storm! I never miss!
Orochi's Fury!
Celestial
A thrilling performance.
Burn in hell!
Hold on to
Here I
your
come!
life.
We can do this!
Cliché, but appropriate.
I'm counting on you.
This should do it!
Here's evil! Freeze laser!
Radiant
Photon
light! Force
blast!
of resistance!
Illuminate the
Stay away from my friend! Orochi's Fury! Take this! You're finished!
Let me show you what my art can do! Rise and
Take this! I can carve through armor! You require a hand.
Orochi's Fury!
Where are you going?
This one's all mine!
Between heaven and earth, they're
You
not
picked the
playing
wrong
around!
fight!
Water, hear my
Orochi's
call!
Fury!
That move!
Here comes the big one!
Burning strike!
Shattering in a bind! Attack time!
Spread! Glacial spear! Piercing
Now! Orochi's Fury!
Armor won't save you!
Wind astral energy!
Elusive deity!
Charge the level!
Rotating
Fire
fire!
Freeze Air shot! Let the marksman handle this! Where are you going?
Orochi's
Resonate with
Fury!
the earth!
Not today!
Stalagmite!
Try harder! My turn!
Lightning orb! Hold on to your art!
Orochi's
Here I
Fury!
come! Spirit flame! Thunder blade!
Demon Flame!
Illuminate magic is there!
No further! Don't suffer in silence!
Water! Hear my call! Burning!
Dance in the wind!
Orochi's Fury!
Blind you with a spell! Elusive deity!
Glacial spear! Which is in the sky is mine!
Take this! Heal! Orochi's Fury!
Wind astral energy! This one's mine!
Demon Fang!
Let me show you what my art can do!
Take
Rise
this!
and shine!
You're finished!
No dawn shall break this night! Eagle Ray!
Ignite! Orochi's Fury!
Steel!
I'll blind
It's
you
about
with
to
a
strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Raging Cascade!
You're mine!
Give us the handle!
Take this!
I'm here!
Begin!
This one's mine! A whirling by the winds of heaven! First blood! Where are you going? It's weakened!
This ends now! We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight. Burn in hell! You! Stay away from my friend!
No further!
Poodle!
From beyond,
This should do it.
imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation! Take this! Let me free you of your power.
I can't lose! Annihilation! Mega
Imbue
Ray!
this vanquished
I'm all
soul
stuffed
with
up!
love. Resuscitation!
Annihilation! Mega Ray! I still got some fight left!
Breath of life. Heal my wearied companion.
I can't hold on much longer!
Far enough!
You're finished!
I can carve through armor!
This one!
Demon Lash!
Take this! I'm not done!
This one's mine!
Forgive me.
Come on! You have to hold on! Divine!
Look sharp!
I can do this all day!
Shot! Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
Elusive deity! Inferno Ray! Catapult!
You're my...
The
flame inside me is yours to be let free!
You all tucked away!
Try harder! You're mine!
I'll smash you! Dance in the
Demon
wind!
Fang!
Glacial punch!
Eat dirt!
Tiger blade!
That'll bring you down!
Rounding you up!
Orochi's Fury!
Bloody howling!
Freeze Lancer! Falling
Sword Blade Alpha! Double Demon Fang!
I let my guard down!
Illuminate the dark!
This is my
Come
fault.
forth! Holy Quiver! Holy Lance! A chain between heaven and earth!
Resonate with
A
the
wailing
earth!
banshee of lightning! Divine state! Magic is it!
save you!
Time to let it rip! Here I come!
Lunar corruption! Big swirl!
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Law, get toasty!
Burn strike!
Huh? What's a letter doing in a place like this?
Hell if I know. I highly doubt that Zoogle was trying to guard it. Still, somebody must have left it for some...
Law.
Huh? What's up?
Something up?
It's from my old man. My dear son, I wonder how things will be between us by the time you read this.
In any case, I first want to congratulate you on all that you've accomplished. Making it this far requires a strong body, fine technique, an unwavering spirit, and most of all, friends that you can count on. If you have all of that, then I, as your father, have nothing to worry about. Those things together will always keep you on the right path. That brings me to what I really wish to discuss with you. As with all of us, there will someday come a time when you'll be a grown man who can and must think and act for himself. Whether you'll live in a world where blood will no longer be spilled between Dahnans and Renans, or when that day arrives, nobody can say. But even if peace still eludes us then, you'll have to decide how to live in this world. Listen to others with an open heart, but don't be swept away by their words. Always live on your terms. One more thing. If I ever see you again, I hope to say this to you in person, but neither of us knows what tomorrow may bring. Know this. Whatever you think of me, and what I've done, your mother and I love you very, very much.
And there's nothing in this whole world that will ever change that. Your father, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
I can't believe he's only telling me all this after he's gone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Zephyr once told me that living freely meant being your own master. I think he wanted to make sure you know how he felt one way or another. What you do with that knowledge is up to you.
But that still doesn't explain why his father left that letter for him here, of all places.
Don't forget, we were led to this place. We may well get some answers if we go back to the source of all this.
No further!
Lion!
This could be useful.
We've reached our destination.
Yeah, very good.
So different materials produce different weapons, each with their own respective properties. Hey.
Hey. I guess... No way. Damn. Whew.
All right.
This is...
Thanks.
You okay, Law? You seem kind of quiet.
I'm fine. Just feels a little weird returning home now that my dad's not here, I guess. Oh man, sorry. I didn't mean to bum you out, too.
So I guess that means you'll be visiting your dad's grave while you're here. Right, Law?
His grave? What are you, nuts? There is no grave. The Rena would only destroy it the moment they found it.
Back before Calaglia was liberated, dead slaves would be dumped in mass burial sites. Either that or thrown on top of a bonfire. We got used to cremating our own to deny them the pleasure. Then we'd sprinkle the ashes from high up as a way of returning them to the motherland.
It's all we could do. That's the ceremony we had when my mom died, too.
But that was back then, right? Calaglia is liberated now. There's nothing to stop you from raising a true grave anymore.
I suppose you've got a point. Once you've been doing something for generations, though, it sort of begins to take root. It's a tradition of its own now.
My dad wouldn't want that anyway. Cheap and simple, he'd say. Besides, I can't treat him differently than my mom. They might not end up meeting on the other side.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Wow, imagine. The two of them reunited, back home where they belong. They're probably watching over us right now, at one with Great Dana. There's something almost poetic about it.
That's why I can't afford to screw up. If I know my pops, something as paltry as death won't stop him from coming to box my ears. Still, better than being left alone, I guess. Better than never knowing. You hear that, Dad? I'll make you proud. You'll see.
Hey! Yes!
Right.
Sure.
I don't believe... Ah! Okay!
Great. Good.
Nice work. Ah!
But this is...
Wow.
This is... Yes!
Oh!
Amazing! Nice work. Very nice.
Thanks.
Yes!
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here.
Hey.
Yes.
Oh.
Yay! What? Yeah!
Yes.
Yeah!
We avoided getting roasted in that ring. But what we could really use is something to cap this off.
Sure. Got any ideas on what would be good?
Mabo curry. Fried bread stuffed with curry.
You'd probably buy out the whole stock.
We've reached our destination.
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here...
I know. We'll make sure to...
I guess. All right.
Yeah! Did anyone notice Beifan acting a little strange?
I guess he was. Maybe the anxiety's getting to him.
We've reached our destination.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Wow! Thank you. What? Great!
Yeah.
I wish I could get an examination.
Well, if you say so. Let me see, yes, you're in well, alright?
If only your brain could keep up with your mouth.
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little compassion can make all...
Right!
Saxleo Temple. Isn't that where Shion was being held?
Shh! Wasn't it beautiful? I can't wait for this!
Oh.
Just great.
Cheers!
Cheers! What? Nice try, you two. Better luck next time.
Never. Why?
Wait. Something's wrong.
I couldn't catch it. I'll always be alone. How could I... Oh, please. I'm so lonely.
Oh no. This is just like what happened before. Alphen!
I'm alone. I'm all alone.
What can I do to get her to snap out of it? There aren't any thorns this time. I've got it!
Alphen?
Shion, you're not alone. You've got all of us. And it wasn't just one bouquet either. There's also this one from me. So please, don't give up. We'll fight this together. Shion!
You dummy! That's not what I was upset about. How many times do I need to tell you not to blindly rush into things? That said, it does make me feel better. Even if your bouquet is just a weapon named after one.
I'm just glad I could help. And I made another one to go with it, so it wouldn't be lonely either.
You never cease to amaze me, Alphen. Seriously.
Feeling better now, Xion?
I'm sorry I lost my cool like that.
Don't worry. It's not like I have any room for criticism.
Being a grown-up isn't easy, is it?
the water's edge, I see but for a moment one Ganeth Haros.
I hate to break it to you, man, but what you're saying isn't deep at all. We finally made it. This is where the light fell? What's with this tower? Is it a Dahnan relic?
No idea. But the astral energy is getting stronger here. The light's definitely in this area. Even if it is an agent from Lenegis, I'll blow them away with my astral arts.
An opponent like this should be easy. No further! Coyote! Strike! Captivity! You're mine! Eat this! Now let loose! A wall.
Now!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Citizen! You don't mess around.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Certainly not.
Annihilation! Raging Cascade! In here! Now!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Citizen!
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is? Is someone being attacked?
We have to save them! I won't let them get hurt!
I have a bad feeling about this.
It's over! Lionheart!
I'm not so good with airborne targets. Water, hear my roar!
Scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly. In here!
Here I come!
Negative fury! Fall into thy
Burn!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Vanquish guard! Let the marksman handle this!
You're finished! How about this? Soaring light spear! Ready! In an instant! Impact block!
Crap!
Well...
Why you? Why you? I guess...
Yeah.
Damn.
See what you've got.
Flame of justice!
Okay, here I go.
Cut our losses.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now. That's a pretty tall tower we're looking at.
It feels kinda surreal to make people happy with something I made.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little? What's wrong? You're looking pretty down. Something on your mind?
Yeah, you could say that. It's just, well, there's something that's been eating away at me for a long, long time. Do you mind if I share it with you?
Of course not. I'm glad to listen.
See, my mom and dad used to tell me I shouldn't go around casting magic. But there was one time I did, behind their backs. And when I did, Almeidrea showed up.
Huh?
I hated Almeidrea for destroying everything I loved. But what I hated most was myself. For breaking my promise to my parents. Even though I swore I'd get revenge, there was always this nagging part of me that wondered if I even had any right to do so.
Rinwell, it was Almeidrea who killed your family. Don't torment yourself over one mistake.
How can you say that when my mother and father died because of me?
This may not comfort you much, but I'll say it anyway. I have a feeling your parents always knew something like that might happen.
What do you mean?
There was always a chance that someday, someone was going to find you and your family. But even knowing the risks, they still taught you magic. And there are two reasons I can think of for that. First, your talent. Second, they were hedging their bets.
Huh? On what?
On you, Rinwell. On how you'd turn out when you grew up. Sure, learning magic may invite danger, but it would have been even more dangerous to live in hiding without being able to defend yourself. They knew what they were getting themselves into when they taught you magic. And I think they did it because of how much they loved you.
Because my mother and father loved me.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't be putting words into your parents' mouths.
No, it's okay. I used to think I would have been better off if I never knew how to use magic. And if I'm really honest with myself, sometimes I still think that. But after traveling around with all of you guys, I've learned that there are things I can do with magic. That there's a point to it after all. So I'm going to keep trying. I'm gonna try and accept it as part of who I am. I want to use it to protect my friends. To protect the future of Dana. Do you think that's selfish of me?
Not at all. I wouldn't want it any other way with you, Rinwell.
I'm counting on you, Alphen. Another day, another Gald.
I'm impressed how... Well balanced this thing is.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Huh? I think someone's calling...
Okay!
Oh!
Why, you...
Really now.
Huh?
Just what's going on here? Should we stop them?
The two of them seem to share a long-running history.
Okay!
Here we go! I'll do my best! Tiger Blade! Tiger Blade! Denied! Time to shine! Tiger Blade! Tiger Blade! Piercing roar! Thunder touch! Crescent moon! Dazzling spin! Falling storm! Going in! Ha! Take this! This one's mine! Tiger Blade! Falling storm! Crescent moon! Tiger Blade! Dazzling spin! Glacial fire! On guard! On guard! Huh! On guard! Yeah! Going in! Huh! Tiger Blade!
What the? Excuse me!
Yes!
Seriously? I never knew Lagiel could be so intense.
She can get that way where my brother is concerned.
She's not the only one.
finally made it.
I wonder what Helganquil's civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
We finally made it.
I wonder if something happened.
Yes.
Excuse me!
Hey!
Really now?
What?
I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
Dohalim? The line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait. Can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Concentration! I can do it all day! Reload!
Now, let loose!
A freezing storm! Feel! This one's mine! More for the stockpile! The magic is the I can do it all! Do it! They're coming through! Kikara! Frozen!
Hammer!
The finish blow!
No!
Reload! Feel!
Raging Luna!
The enemy here is ours too.
You'll soon see about that!
I can carve through armor!
I'm ready! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Flaming thrust!
I'm ready! Kill them all!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Reflect on my turn! I'm not done! You picked the wrong fight! Orochi's Fury!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! Confiscated!
No further!
Dance in the
I'm
wind!
ready!
You're mine!
Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years, no, even before that, just how many people, Renan or Dahnan, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Dahnans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Dahnans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Dahnans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
armed giant. Is this the Zeugl from the request?
It's not only alive, but completely uninjured.
We'll just have to see for ourselves if it's really as ferocious as they say.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Shattering the pieces! Attack us!
Radiant, this is gonna need all of us together! Glacial Spear, here we go! The flashing parts are weak points. This one's mine!
Roach's Fury!
Dance in the wind!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha!
Resonate with you!
Not today!
On your knees.
Searing Tempest!
No further!
Roach's Fury! Here I come!
Flare Tornado!
It's over!
Here goes! Raise up!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Amazing.
Sleep now!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Resonate with the Armor!
One more time!
You're mine!
Face you!
It's over!
Annihilation!
Roach's Fury!
Power of flame! Finish without
Eat them!
Resonate with the
Try
Armor!
harder!
Winds of heaven! First full field!
Take this!
This is a freezing storm!
Now!
No
while it's
further.
reeling!
Take it down!
Demon Fang!
Ice tornado!
Roach's Fury!
Raging
you.
storm!
Ready and ready!
Elusive Demon!
Water correction!
Sword Rain
Looks like
Alpha!
you got this one covered!
Eagle Ray!
Here.
Roach's Fury!
This will come in handy!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Gravitas field! Where are you going?
Take this!
Gemini Alpha!
You're mine!
By the power of flame! Finish without a trace!
On your knees!
Field!
Take this!
This will
You're
come in
finished!
handy!
You pick me!
I can handle it!
Resonate with the
Full
Armor!
blast! Whoa! Now!
Bathed in blood!
Very well! Astral energy! Full throttle!
You're mine!
Shattering the pieces!
Rending you apart!
Supernova! By the
Double Demon Fang!
full time! There you go! Don't let up!
Demon Fang!
It's about to... Triangle! If it's in the sky,
Look
it's
sharp,
mine!
everyone!
I'll heal you all!
You are bloody howling!
Healing circle! Alright!
Try harder!
Need to pull myself together. A whirling struggle. Wind of Alpha! First force!
Resonate with the Earth!
In here!
Demon Fang!
None shall
Double
escape
Demon
my
Fang!
field.
Rending you
Double
apart!
Demon Fang!
Bloody howling!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Cut! I'll leave it to you!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
I can carve through armor!
Sleep now. Burning
Double Demon Fang!
Don't mind if I do. That'll bring you down. All disasters
Bloody
made.
howling! It's over! Resonate with the Earth! Burn in hell!
Bloody howling!
Thrilling performance! Roach's Fury! It's wide open!
It won't escape me!
Shattering the pieces! Attack us!
Hold on to your
Demon
license.
Fang!
Here I come.
Double Demon! The flame inside me! Fury! Get free!
Soaring waterfall. In here.
Demon Fang!
This will come
Double
in
Demon Fang! You're mine! Burn!
That move.
Unadulterated fury.
Here comes the big one!
Here's evil. Freeze Blaster. I'll heal you all. Lightning contest. Healing circle. Came between heaven and earth. Where are you going? Wailing fancy of lightning.
Now I can let loose
This!
Roach's Fury!
In a bind!
Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust.
Ready and ready!
May 1,000 gales tear you to
Demon
shreds.
Fang! Double Demon
Dusty
Fang!
nail.
Take this!
The abyssal
Roach's Fury!
Lightning contest. Thunderblade.
Try harder!
Glacial
Roach's
Steel.
Fury!
Here's evil.
It's on!
Now you see what I can do!
Master of
Freeze Lancer.
I'm ready!
Follow me!
Lightning orb.
In an instant! Impact Clock!
Well, we beat it in the end.
Let us harvest what we can use and take it with us.
Built for the sake of it and then cast aside. How sad. Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Take this!
These things really get on my nerves. Let the marksman handle this.
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Damn it!
This one's mine. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Here I come!
A whirling struggle.
You're finished!
Glacial spear.
You're
Now
leaving
evil. Astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory. Keep calm and take them down.
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move. Frozen. Hammer.
Let me free you. Now you see what I can do!
You're finished! Let's try harder! Not a chance! No escape! Start up! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! I'm not done! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
Now!
Sword Rain Alpha! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Kitara! Frozen! Hammer! Glacial
More?
Spear!
My turn!
Thunder Field! Dance in the wind! Breeze Lancer! Air
Lunarongo! On your mirage! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Anything in order!
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
More?
None shall escape my judgment!
Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! There! Demon Fang!
Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
Not today!
You're
on!
A freezing storm!
Frozen Fury!
Resonate with the earth!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! More? Here I come! You're finished!
Smite with black and
You're mine!
That'll bring you down! Let them march in the struggle! Winds of heaven! First force! Astral energy! Full throttle! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glitter!
Stalagmite!
Here I come!
Holy light corruption! Came between heaven and earth! Gemini Aqua!
I'm ready! Go me! In an instant! Impact Clock! With more? You're finished! Take this!
Take this!
Raging storm! I never miss! Glowing flight!
Vacuum Blade!
Can you take it?
Mega
It's
Ray!
on!
Ringworld! Frozen!
Hammer!
Radiant
None
Sun!
chance!
Pierce!
Lightning
Lightning
Ray!
A freezing storm! A chain between heaven and earth!
Right.
Can handle this! A wailing canopy of lightning! Divine savior!
You picked the wrong river!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
My turn! No escape!
In a vine?
I'm going to need to use all the power. That'll bring you down!
Here I come!
Breath of life! Heal my weary...
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zeugles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, then if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
Discourteous, aren't
You're
you?
mine! It's over!
Not in your dreams!
Okay.
Water,
on!
hear my call!
Here I come!
These ones
You're
can run
finished!
rings around us!
Now then, let loose! Not today! It got fires!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle
Demon
it!
Fang! All yours!
Lightning!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
It's over!
A whirling struggle!
Orochi's Fury! And the Demon Fang!
Stay calm. I shall provide
Orochi's
assistance.
Fury! Be still! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep and we can do this!
Trust further, little one.
You're mine! My turn!
This one's mine!
You're mine! It's on! You picked the wrong fight! Raging Lunasaur!
Now!
I'll face you!
Here goes!
Does it hurt?
There!
Here I come!
And again!
It's over!
Mega Ray! Raging
Leave the
Lunasaur!
to me! Sword Rain Alpha! Demon Fang!
Here's the evil!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Let's dispose of the trash!
It's over!
Not on my watch!
Orochi's Fury!
There! Got you!
Demon Fang! Sword Rain
The
Alpha!
marksman handled
I
this!
shall ensure you survive this.
I owe you one. Ignite! Take this! Now I can let loose, thank you.
Water!
Demon Fang!
Negative gate.
Orochi's Fury!
On your
You're mine!
Looking it in a bind?
I've been hit with something!
So even a masochist has his limits.
Not feeling so great. Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And pummel it to me!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Not a chance! Not today! Take this! Orochi's Fury!
I never miss!
Tornado Drive! No escape! Orochi's Fury!
Really?
One more! Mega Ray!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Captivity!
It's on!
The fluidity of their movements
Not
is
today!
incredible.
Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang!
Rotating pile driver!
Dazzle!
Hurricane
Thrust!
Lightning!
You're mine!
Where are you going?
You're mine!
This way.
Far enough!
Here, let me help.
Here I come!
First aid!
You can't get out of this!
Take this! You're finished!
Do it!
Your astral arts are truly incredible. Every little bit counts, right? Indeed it does.
I'm ready!
I'll teach you to be better as well.
In an instant! Impact Block!
We won.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Healing is again! Thunderblade! Glacial Illuminate! Demon Fang!
Double Demon Fang!
Lunar
Sword Rain Alpha!
Lunar Rhythm Mark!
Eat dirt!
I'm going to use all the powers I never miss! The light one! Illuminate magic!
Here I come!
Ready to go! Outstanding form!
Demon Fang! Take this!
By the power of flame! Without a trace! Water, hear my call!
I'm not done!
Clear for us! Pierce evil! Here goes!
There!
Alright, it's just
Sword Rain Alpha! Double Demon Fang!
Holy Land! Chain between heaven and earth!
Demon Fang!
Hear my call!
Double Demon Fang!
It's my sky is mine!
Try harder! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come!
This one's mine! There you go! Don't let up!
Ready and ready!
Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Cross!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case. These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans. Even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others...
I'm going to need to use all the power I have to accomplish this. Require complete focus.
Insects should stay on the ground.
Take this! I'll smash you!
Healing
You're mine! Demon Fang!
I'm sorry to trouble you.
Take this!
Mega Ray!
You picked the wrong fight!
Gemini
You're mine!
Supernova!
Do it!
Lock!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
A chain between heaven and earth!
You're
Lunar
finished!
This one's mine! Gemini now!
Double Demon Fang! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Opponent like this should be easy.
Ready and raring! Vanish without a trace!
Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Thanks.
Explosion!
It can hide itself? Amazing!
This one's mine! It's malevolent!
Take this!
You're
finished!
Orochi's
Fury!
Sword!
Eat dirt! The Tempest engulfs you! Snake can be You're mine! It's over! I can carve through armor!
Raging Cascade!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Another incantation ruined.
Orochi's Fury!
Winds of heaven! First force! Annihilation! I'm all set!
Here I come! You're finished! Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision! Captivity! Take this! Get over!
Here! Light asteroid! Ready! Lunar corruption!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Lunar corruption!
You require a hand.
Here I come!
Power of water!
Not today!
Mega Ray! Ice
Now you heal like weary companion!
Power of water! This one's mine!
Vacuum blade!
Free from regret.
Orochi's fury!
Here's another
No odds of being interrupted.
May a thousand gales tear you to shreds!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Ice tornado!
Eat this!
Hydration orb!
Take it! Orochi's fury!
In a bind?
Radiant illuminum! Do it! Holy glimmer!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more! This should make...
I'll take you all on!
This one's mine!
Orochi's fury!
Now!
Now break this night!
Demon's descent!
Flashing fang!
A whirling
My
circle!
turn!
Winds of heaven!
Ignite!
Gemini onset!
Orochi's
Hold on to
fury!
your art! Here I
Elusive
come!
deity!
Do it!
Creating pile driver!
Dance in the wind! Fire flame! Battle between heaven and earth!
Prepare to be sealed!
A wailing
Catch it out of
lightning!
sight! Take this!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
A chain between
My turn.
heaven and earth! Lightning!
Raging Luna! I'm ready!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
See what you've got.
Another incantation.
Let's cut our losses.
We seem to have come across something a little unusual.
Me the strength to march on!
I let the marksman handle this!
Not today!
I
That
never
fussing
miss!
is driving me mad! Don't suffer any more of this and I'll burn out!
Resurrection! Seven-Eye Offer!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll set it up.
I'm ready!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go! Not in your dreams!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Rage.
Now!
Shield.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Not a chance! You picked the wrong fight! It's over!
Take this.
Vacuum blades!
Raging Storm! Alright!
I'm ready!
It's showtime! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Snake could be a bit.
Not a chance!
Annihilation! By the power of flame!
Orochi Fury!
Gale Force!
Vacuum blades!
You attack without mercy.
Because I can't afford to hesitate.
Not against the worthy.
I can't imagine. Who, me? That's a little much, don't you think? Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Bad, right?
Yes, Alphen. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
2 heads? That's not even fair!
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Now you see what I can do!
Demon Fang! Double Demon! Sword Lane Alpha!
Shield from
Where are
calamity!
you going?
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Reload! Light Burst 4!
Radiant Citizen! You don't mess around.
Not a chance!
Certainly not.
Take this!
I'm going
Demon! Double Demon Fang!
to accomplish it.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll be better.
Get on in there with your
Double Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
lightning orb! Explosion! Let's go!
Here I come!
Orochi Fury!
Ready and ready! Sword Lane Alpha! Demon Fang! Ignite!
I'll finish you! Not much longer to go.
Come on, one final push.
Let's do this together, Alphen.
Tear! Devastation! Tear!
None shall escape my
Mirage!
judgment.
Here I come!
That'll bring you down.
It's over!
Demon
Demon us a path! Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! This one's all mine!
Here's evil! Air thrust!
Ignite! Orochi's Fury!
The fluidity of your movement.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang!
Violent darting wind!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Step back! This one's all law!
This'll make us even more formidable.
I shall ensure you survive this.
I can carve through armor!
You're mine!
Barrier!
No further!
Orochi's Fury!
Death on the wind!
It's on! Double Demon Fang! Sword Ring Alpha!
Tempting! I'll take you with a shot!
You picked the wrong fight!
This'll come in handy.
Orochi's Fury!
Winds of heaven! First form! Where are you going? I'm ready! Glacial spear!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Magic is in!
Demon Fang!
Take this!
Now!
Anything in our law!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
In between heaven and earth! A wind!
Another incantation ruined.
Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang! This one's all mine! Be still! You're mine! You're finished!
I'll blind you with a
It's over! Orochi's Fury! Not today!
What?
Take this!
Confiscated! Mega
You're
Ray!
finished!
Lightning!
I can carve through armor!
Elusive Deity!
Wind after
Demon Fang!
Ray!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Illuminate the sun!
Everlasting sun!
Negative
Negative
ready!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Demon Fang!
Air pressure!
Water astral energy!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Not today!
Being interrupted.
Demon Fang!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Water, hear my
Breath
call!
of life! Heal my weary companion!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Take this!
A wailing
It's over!
Ready and ready! Resonate with the earth through all!
Ready to go!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't time?
I really don't.
Domaline!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Hey! Anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Lidwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedure somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Take this!
Can we take it?
You're finished!
A wall to shield from calamity.
Ice tornado!
Barrier! I owe you one.
Raging
This one's all mine!
Demon Fang! Shattering to pieces! Attack time!
Its head is the weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Demon Fang!
I can carve through all of you!
That'll bring you down!
The flame inside me yearns to be
storm.
let free! Vacuum blade!
No dawn shall break the
Denied! Burn!
Illumination
Demon Fang!
Holy clip! Holy lightning!
They looking in a bind?
Arch seal! None shall escape my judgment! Divide not in your dreams!
Captivity!
Take this! Demons of flame inside me yearn!
Primed and ready! In here! This one's mine! More for the sky pile!
Seismic rupture! Armor won't save me! Captivity!
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Raging Storm! Lunar corruption! I'm on the team!
Orochi's Fury! This one's all mine!
Annihilation!
Fury!
Flame!
Burn!
Reload! Gusty now!
You're finished!
Raising you up no further!
Orochi's Fury!
Raging captain without a
Demon Fang! Sword Rain out! Try harder! My turn!
A wailing
Strike!
Where are you going?
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
They're not playing around! I'll fix you up!
Demon
Here's
Fang!
the raging captain!
This debt shall not be forgotten.
Power up!
Elusive deity!
Spirit flame!
Fading fire! Time!
Lunar corruption!
Can't get out of this!
Orochi's Fury!
Power up water!
Demon Fang!
There you go! Don't let up!
Eat dirt! Here I come!
Lunar corruption! Vanquish
This is looking good!
I won't give up anything!
You! Stay away from my friend! You're mine! Orochi's
Don't
Fury!
mind if I do! Dance in the wind!
Demon Fang!
Feel! Instant!
Now you see what I can do! Reflect!
Here comes the big one!
Blah, 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 magic! A chain between heaven and earth!
In a bind! Raging Luna Storm!
This one is almost in the bag!
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best!
Orochi's Fury!
Far enough!
Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Cyclone! Dance in the wind! Don't mind if I do!
I'll smash you!
I'm out of ammo! Freeze Lancer! Arts requires complete focus!
Here I come! It's
Where
over!
are you going?
It's on!
May 1,000 gales carry you to
Bring
shrine!
it hell!
They're not playing around!
Demon
Here's
Fang!
Evo! Gusty Nails!
Can't get out of this!
Freeze Lancer!
Demon Fang!
Lunar Corruption! Thunder Field!
Orochi's Fury!
Aqua! It looks like you got this one covered! Don't mind if I do! Finish with Strike!
I'll grind you
Water
all
Astral
down!
Energy!
Dance on the wind! Tempted!
Wind Astral Energy!
I don't know what I'll do without you.
Can't get out of this!
Isn't the time?
I really don't.
Illuminate the
Demon
sun!
Fang!
Magic advance!
Orochi's
I
Fury!
never fit! Holy light!
Armor won't save you!
A chain between heaven and earth!
I'm
Now!
ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests. What do you mean? You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Hey, Shion. Got any requests for sup?
This is perfect! I'll have everybody's mouths watering when they see this.
Mind if I join you, Law?
Hey, Alphen?
What's up, Law?
You ever find yourself just wanting to give Rinwell a pat on the back?
Law?
Not in a weird way. I'm just saying, she may be sassy, but she's also trying really hard, you know? And sometimes, when I see how hard she's working, I just want to walk up and encourage her. Is that weird?
No, I can see why you might feel that way. After all, she is kind of like a little sister to everyone at this point.
Right, exactly! But I'm worried if I do it the wrong way, she'll blast me with her magic. Or if not her magic, she'll sick Hootle on me to peck my eyes out.
Yeah, there's not much you can do if she's not feeling up for it. In fact, you're not the only one struggling to close that gap.
Huh? Has Hootle attacked you too?
No, I just mean because of her thorns.
Thorns? I don't remember Rinwell having any magic like that. That sounds more like Shion than... Huh?
Anyway, Hootle's probably just worried that you're going to take Rinwell away from him. He's pretty protective, after all. Maybe your first step should be to make friends with him and go from there.
Right. That's a good idea, Alphen. I'll be sure to give that a try.
Thank goodness for Law's thick skull.
Let's make sure to kick ass tomorrow, too. Time to make you all proud out there, just like I always do.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I think Hootle senses something.
Isn't that Almadria's?
So this is where her ship drifted.
Then the one who wrote the letter is...
Alive, but badly wounded. I doubt many of the others have survived.
Let's survey the area.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Coming through!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Even! Freeze Lancer!
Come one, come all! Here I come! Demon Fang!
From calamity!
Double Demon Fang!
Victory is within reach!
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Impressive fervor, little one.
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor. A fish! You saw it too, right?
dispose of the trash.
You're finished!
Radiant,
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Not today!
We don't have firearms here on Dana.
I can show you mine if you like.
That would be really awesome, Shion.
Looks like it could be worth something.
It's you.
Lord Dohalim?
I figured I'd find you here, Kelzelik.
You knew he'd be here?
The handwriting on the note was all too familiar to me.
Did you come all the way out here to mock me, or have you changed your mind about putting me to death?
What if I had?
You have no right. You who abandoned your lordly duties and chose to fraternize with embeddeds of all people! And for what? How could someone as powerful as yourself turn your back upon the crown contest?
Not this again.
I ran from this once, but I must face it now. The crown contest was never for me. I apologize for dragging you along, but I do not regret my choice in the slightest. Listen to me, Kelzelik. People change. They can change given time, and regardless of their race. I know you're a capable man. You could do so much for others if you were so inclined.
Me? Impossible. It's too late for me. Death. Death closes in on me wherever I go.
What?
That's Almetrius.
Is she alive too?
It's death!
Has this thing become even more ruthless?
There's nothing more fearsome than a wounded beast.
Especially without its master.
Well, I'm not leaving it to its own devices.
Here, let me help!
Ignite!
Exploit the enemy's weakness. Can't get out of this!
Lightning Orb! Lightning
Demon
Condemned!
Fang!
Thunderblade!
Nothing to get by me! Does it hurt?
It's too much!
Oh, Radiant Here! Carve Lunar Fury! Back into the fray! Illuminate! Confiscated! By the permanent treasure! I never miss!
Heal my weary companion!
Arrow Squall!
This one's all mine!
Then tonight's meal is on you.
Keep going.
Raging Storm!
Demon Fang!
I use my phone!
Fury! Stay away from my friend!
I can carve through armor!
Resurrection!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
It's over!
Not in your dreams! Resuscitation! Oh, violent darting wind!
Try harder!
Water, hear my call! Spread! Demon Blast!
Take this!
Burning
Orochi's
Strike!
Fury! It's on! Orochi's Fury!
Spread!
Elusive Deity! Demon Fang!
Eating Pile Driver! Freeze Lancer!
Sword Rain
There
Eagle!
you go! Don't let
It's in your hands now.
You pay for that!
Anything in armor is all mine! I'll smash you!
I'll bring you back from death. That'll bring you down.
Orochi's Fury!
We're coming through! Light Astral Energy! I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Hard Celestial! Arctic Waterfall! In here!
Can't get out of this!
Mega! I'll heal you all! What is mine? Take that!
Burn in hell!
It won't give up!
I couldn't make it in time.
Holy Land!
A thrilling performance.
Don't mind if I do!
Catapult! Armor won't save you! I'll grind you into snow!
Thousand Gales, tear you to shreds! Ready to go!
Nothing can heal my...
Here I go!
Here I come! Waterfall!
Orochi's Fury!
Can you take it?
Annihilation!
Dance on the wind!
Orochi's Fury!
If it's in the sky, it's not! Where are you going?
Yours to be left now! While it's reeling!
Take it down!
You picked the wrong fight!
Huddle! Lunar Blast!
Orochi's Fury!
Here goes!
Sword Rain out!
Denied! Ready and go!
Here's a healing heart!
No further!
Orochi's Fury! Orochi's Fury!
Take this!
Tempest Whirl!
Demon Fang!
Here's a natural mind if I do!
Sword Rain! It's on!
Forgive me. This is my fault. It's in your hands now.
A rotten rumble! Rise and rest! Winds of heaven! Cyclone! I'll bring you back from air thrust! A lava fountain!
Here I come! Demon Sword!
This healing circle!
Okay, here I go!
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me. Annihilation! By the power of flames! Vanish without a trace! Ready to go! Where are you going?
Not done yet! Wide open!
It won't escape me.
Illuminated blast! Touch force! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Water! A chain between heaven and earth! Annihilation! A wailing deity of lightning!
Breath of life.
Heal my
Did
weary
I say
companion!
magic advance?
You must be tired of hearing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help.
Glad you're on us.
Eat Demon
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Armor won't save you!
Orochi's Fury!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
No further.
Just what the doctor ordered! Suffocation! I'm ready!
Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Gemini Aqua! That'll bring you down! It's weakened!
Orochi's Fury! This ends now!
Hurricane Fire!
Worth a shot!
No!
Do it!
Now you're talking! Totally! In an instant!
Impact Cross!
Glacial Spear!
Orochi's Fury! Big Blast!
In a vine? It looks like we made him mad!
Dragon Shell!
This one's mine! Armor won't save you!
I won't move. Not now, not ever.
With my heart! Rise and shine! Here goes! Resurrection!
Flaming
Don't mind if
meteor!
I do!
Lion Power! Eat this! This one's mine!
So weak.
pushing yourself and get behind us!
I'll be right as rain in no time.
You have to hold on!
Come on, I'll bring you back from death to this. This can't be happening.
I'm gone! Shattering the pieces! Inferno! I'm on a roll
You're
now!
mine! Now you see what I can do! Orochi's Fury!
Now
In the groove!
I've let you all down. Far enough! Annihilate! This can't be happening.
You're done for.
Not done yet! War mistake!
Orochi's Fury! You picked the wrong fight!
Hurricane Flight!
Orochi's Fury!
Blizzard Blow! Outstanding form!
Here and now!
Try harder! My turn! Take this! Can't get out of this!
Got it!
It's over! Demon
Now
Blade!
let's have it!
Orochi's Fury!
The waters are magic, not in your dreams!
There! I'll drive you with a flame inside me! Yours to be less free! Orochi's Fury! I can carve through armor!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Resonate with the earth!
Wailing dancing lightning!
Take this! Orochi's Fury!
Lunar corruption! By the power of water!
Orochi's Fury!
Nothing gets by me!
Demon Blade! Orochi's Fury!
Mega Ray! Gemini also has a sight left in me! Mega Ray! Annihilate!
Forgive me. The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I'll bring you back to
Orochi's Fury!
Here goes! Resuscitation!
Burn in hell!
Freeze Lancer!
Orochi's Fury!
Air thrust! Lunar corruption!
I can carve through armor!
Astral energy!
Take this!
Firmament rendering! Vanish without
This
a
should do it!
trace!
Here I come! No further! Orochi!
This one's mine! Dance in the wind!
Orochi's
Mega Didn't think you had it in me!
Focus. It'll be time to congratulate you later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
Armor won't save you! If it's in the sky, it's mine! You were in trouble! Wind from heaven, not in your dreams!
The fluidity of the movement is simply incredible.
The enemy is going all out!
This one's all mine!
Will this help?
Air pressure!
Light accelerator! Illuminate the tunnel!
Anything in... Armor is all mine!
Holy land! A chain
Here I
between
come!
heaven and earth! This one's mine! A wailing dance of
You picked the wrong fight!
Armor won't save you!
Orochi's Fury!
Elusive deity!
Eagle Ray! Here goes!
I have no limits! Orochi's Fury! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Reflect on night. Orochi can't get out of this!
Lunar corruption! Eat dirt! Where are you going?
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Vanish without a trace!
Here I come! You picked the wrong fight! Orochi's Fury!
Burning
Shine!
Here's evil!
Regeneration!
Freeze Lancer!
Is that a healing art?
It is. I can't ignore your pain.
Not try to be more careful.
Glacial spear. Here's evil. Ow, wait. This can't be happening.
Imbue this vanquished soul with resuscitation.
Feel. What was I thinking? Far beyond.
No further.
I call upon thee. Radiant pierce.
Orochi's fury.
Forgive me. The price of my downfall.
Annihilation now.
Bestow thy mystic mercy. Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
There!
Would you come with us? We can take you someplace safe.
To where? Where could I possibly be safe from that?
What are you talking about? We already took care of the monster.
No! Death is immortal by its very nature. Even now it haunts me. It hounds me! The Silver Death curses me incessantly with its many faces, many voices! Don't follow me! Leave me be! Leave me alone!
What's happened to him?
Whatever it is, it seems we have read the situation wrong.
He spoke of a Silver Death. Do you think he could be referring to the people back in Vicente that he hollowed?
He did so at Almeidria's urging. I'm sure that somewhere deep down, he felt guilt and remorse for what he did. It was easy to blame it all on Almeidria while she was alive. But now that she's gone, he has no one left but himself to blame for his own misdeeds. He's alone with his guilt on this island.
But it sounds like he lacked the mental fortitude to endure it.
Makes sense. Sounds like just desserts to me.
Almeidria's monsters had nothing to do with it then.
So he was a Renan, yet he regretted his part in the Danan's persecution. And now he's beyond help.
Should we really just wash our hands of him, though?
To be honest, it seems like he's punished himself far more than any punishment we could hope to mete out. Dohalim.
If I hadn't met all of you, No, even after that. If I hadn't accompanied you on this journey, it's entirely possible that might have been me.
But you did. You're here with us now. And you didn't stumble upon redemption, Dohalim. This is the path you chose for yourself.
Yes, I suppose it is.
I think Hootle senses something.
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
Are those two discussing relics again?
Then it's a promise.
Indeed it is.
Law, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh, Kisara. It's nothing. It's just those two are being sneaky over there. I heard something about a promise.
A promise? If it has to do with relics, then what...
Wait, you don't think they're gonna ditch us to become treasure hunters, do you?
I really doubt that.
You never know. He's pretty damn crazy for those relics of his.
Yeah, that's true.
It'd make things difficult for you if they just up and disappeared on us, right?
Yeah, that'd cause some problems.
We've got to do something to stop them.
Hey, what if we collected all of the relics ourselves?
That's it! Then they wouldn't have to go anywhere!
We might not be able to hear them talk like he can, but we can still search for them anywhere that looks likely.
Yeah, between the two of us, I'm sure we won't miss a single one.
Speaking of which, why are you so concerned about them taking off?
Huh? Well, you see...
This is going to be so great!
Indeed. Once we're finished, we can hold it in the palace.
A Dahnan Relic exhibition!
I'll let you serve as our exhibit guide, Rinwell.
Right! I'll study up so I can answer any question they throw at me.
And, if you could, please ensure that Hootle stays far, far away from the exhibits.
Who?
What a wonderful treasure this is.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
It's like we've assembled every single owl in Dahna.
You know, looking at them all, I think we very well may have. Talk about a spectacular sight.
Yeah, His Majesty and Her Majesty both seem pleased as well.
When she's all alone, her thoughts drift to sad places. I did all this so that she could have lots of friends and live happily ever after.
Hey, I get a little grumpy sometimes.
I'm interpreting for the owls, not talking about you.
Well, at least Hootle isn't alone anymore, right?
Right. Hey, Hootle?
Huh?
Hootle, I think you should stay. If you keep traveling with us, it's going to be constant fighting, and you'll be put in a lot more danger. But this is a safe place, filled with lots of friends for you. Plus, you can learn lots of new stuff with friends. Just like all the new things I've gotten to learn since I met Alphen and everyone else. All I could teach you was to jump from twig to twig. But now look at you. You're soaring to new heights. You can go wherever you want on your own now. So, stay here and be with your friends, okay?
Are you sure about this?
Hey, I didn't mean for you to...
It's okay. I made up my mind. We stuck with each other for as long as we did because we had no one else to depend on. Now, it's for the best we stay among our own kind. Take care of yourself, Hootle. Hootle? Hootle, no! Your friends are that way! Why can't you understand?
I think he's trying to say, I don't abandon my friends.
Huh?
Hootle has his own wings. If he wanted to leave, he could have left whenever he wanted to.
He can come back to this place whenever he wants to. But right now, what he wants is to be with you.
It's true that his own kind is here, and he knows that. But he won't know if you'll always be around, Rinwell.
But, I mean...
I think he's asking you whether you really want him to go.
No! Of course I don't really want him to go! Hootle's the only family I have left!
Then it's settled.
Hootle has a place to go home to whenever he wants, and that'll never change things between you.
Are you sure about this, Hootle?
Take care of our friend.
I pray your journey is a safe one.
Okay, enough already.
Thank you. Try to be nice to one another, your majesties.
Well, what's the answer?
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, we'll both take care of each other.
I meant the owl's answer.
Let's go, Hootle!
We've reached our destination. Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Yes.
Hmm?
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little compassion can make all the difference. I propose we speak to them.
This looks perfect. Guaranteed to...
What's wrong, Law?
Why do I gotta have a vitamin smoothie?
Because you've been eating nothing but meat lately. Your body needs vegetables to stay healthy.
Yeah, but does it have to be so concentrated?
It's better that way. Even if you hate vegetables, all you have to do is drink it. It's a quick and easy way to get more nutrients.
Like you're one to talk. You'll have anything as long as it's spicy.
Which that vitamin smoothie isn't. I know its taste leaves a little to be desired, but once you get used to it, it's not so bad.
This sludge isn't gonna make me less hungry.
I don't know. If you downed 10 of them, I bet you'd start feeling pretty full.
Are you trying to turn me into an herbivore or something?
If I were you, Law, I'd drink it down sooner rather than later. It's going to start tasting bitter if you let it get warm.
It's already bitter when it's cold.
Come on, Law. It's good for you. Quit complaining and drink it already. Looks perfect.
Good. This came out.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Oh, wow!
Yeah. Oh?
Are we underground? This looks like the inside of some kind of ancient structure.
It seems likely that we're in a Dahnan temple. Instead of destroyed, it must have been buried and preserved. Either that, or it was constructed underground to begin with.
We've got company!
What the? Are those statues moving?
And attacking!
I'm knocked up! Captivity!
No further!
Lightning orb!
Burn in hell! Demon Fang!
Demon Lash! That'll bring you down!
Eagle Ray!
I'll smash you! I'm ready!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Resonate with the earth! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes, a merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Sword Lane Alpha! Elusive
Do it!
Doubling! In an instant! Impact Block!
May 1,000 gales
Here I come! Captivity!
I'm all stuck up!
Now or never! Demon Fang! Elusive Deity!
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
What the hell was all that about? Those things didn't even look alive, let alone like Zoomies.
They were part of these ruins, but it seems the astral energy changed them somehow. If I had to guess, I'd say there's something bigger lurking within that wants us gone from this place.
Whoever or whatever it is must really value its price.
Hurry,
It's over!
Freeze Lancer! Too much to handle!
Orochi's Fury!
To the wind!
Demon Fang!
Light Astral
Orochi's Fury!
In a bind?
Healing Circle!
That's it! Demon Deity!
Water, hear my call! That'll bring you down! This one's got your name on it!
Ask to action! Bestow thy music mercy! This one's all mine!
Maybe Star Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Well done!
Anything enormous!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning! Escape my judgment!
Burn! Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang!
I'm ready!
Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Radiant Light!
Not a chance!
Searing Flare!
Orochi's Fury! Take this! Let me see what I can do!
Now!
Let
this
it
one's
fly!
mine!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Lightning!
Not a chance!
Here! Do it!
Raging Luna Storm!
They're attacking from behind!
No dawn shall break this night!
I'm all
Take
stopped
this!
up!
Elusive
Orochi's
Fury!
Fury! You picked the wrong fight!
Shattering pieces! Attack time! Can't get out of this!
Orochi's Fury!
I can carve through armor!
Lightning orb! Illuminate the
Captivity!
Holy glimmer!
Demon Fang!
I never fit!
Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Annihilation!
Raging Luna Sword!
Burn! Demon Fang!
Heal my weary companion!
Between heaven and earth!
Here I come!
Banshee of lightning!
Orochi's Fury!
Now! Piercing
Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Not a chance! You're finished! Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Making a dent! Anything in armor is all mine!
Blue Escape! Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Rending you apart!
Here I come! You're finished!
Where are you going?
You're finished! Here I come!
There is logic within your every move.
It'll take more than brute force to win.
I'll try to provide that strength.
I can't imagine.
All yours, Kisara!
You're mine! Orochi's Fury! Not today! Orochi's Fury!
Charge like that one till you fatal.
To stop you dying?
You'll find no mercy! Let thy sin make mighty blackened blade! I can carve through armor! Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang!
Take this!
Glacier Spear!
I'll grind you into dust!
Orochi's Fury!
Dance on the
That'll
wind!
bring you down!
Not today!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish
Demon
this.
Fang!
Not on my watch!
Armor won't save you!
Orochi's Fury! Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang!
I'm ready!
Demon Fang!
Shion!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Demon Fang!
No dawn shall break this night!
Between heaven and earth!
Dead!
A wailing banshee of
Great
lightning!
Alpha! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light!
Demon looking good.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Sword Rain Alpha!
Resonate with the earth!
The last one! On your feet.
Ready in a bind!
Orochi's Fury! You picked the wrong fight!
Here goes!
Here I come! Orochi's Fury!
This one's mine!
I'm ready! Orochi's Fury!
Astral Energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory!
I'm ready!
Naturally! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Grateful.
It's on!
Ready to go!
Do you require a hand?
I'm ready!
The ancient Danans must have built it to honor the strength of the astral energy that runs through here.
But if that's the case, what does it have to do with that face we saw above ground?
Without further research, I wouldn't be able to say.
Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha!
Now you see what I can do!
Orochi's Fury!
Rending you apart!
Demon Stop!
I need to pull myself together. This one's mine!
Hold nothing back!
Raging
Orochi's Fury! Double Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha! Lightning Thrust! Stardust!
Everlasting Showtime! Eagle Ray!
Orochi's Fury! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
The flaming roar! Feel! Here I go!
Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang!
Do it! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Radiant here! Lightning orb! None shall
Orochi's
escape my
Fury!
judgment! And drop!
Demon Fang!
In a bind?
Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
A freezing
No!
storm!
You're mine!
Begin!
Ignite!
You're mine!
Demon Fang!
I'm ready!
Here! Get toasty!
Burn strike! Ready and raring!
The earth throbs in pain.
It's over! Orochi's Fury! Sword Ring Alpha! Here I come! You're finished! The flame is yours to be let
Don't
free!
mind if I do. It looks like you got...
Hey! Blow them away!
Illuminate the time! Come by the power of flame! Great!
Orochi Fury! Not today!
Between heaven and earth.
Orochi Fury! Sword Ring this!
Benediction.
Double Demon Fist! Castle! I owe you one.
Resonate with
you!
Freeze Lancer!
Orochi Fury! On your knees.
Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more! Not a chance!
Do it!
I'm not done! Prepare to be seized! Take it! It's over! I can't get out of this! Not today! Take it! Can you take it? I can go through the warp! Shine! Radiant light! Take it! Regeneration!
Where are you going?
Orochi Fury! Regenerate! Orochi! I'm nearly done for.
There you go! Don't let up!
As you look at this, then tonight's meal is on you. You've got it.
On your neck.
I've used too much.
I need to pull myself together.
Hurricane Thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! It's on! Not today!
Require complete focus!
Orochi's Fury!
Into the shadows!
Demon Fang! Orochi's
Now! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Annihilation!
Here I come! It's over!
Resonate with the
No further!
By the power of water! This one's mine! Where are you going? Far enough!
I'm ready!
Dohalim!
All yours, Kisara.
It's on! Elusive deity! Not today!
Instant! Sleep now!
Taking pile driver!
I'll be this way! Now!
Dohalim! Hey! Blow them away!
Here's a healing arc! Tear you to shreds!
Elusive deity! Here I go! Taking pile driver!
Do it!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your watch!
It's on!
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
different.
Stay sharp. It looks like we've got trouble.
Yeah, we can tell.
Never have I been so popular.
We've got orbs incoming!
It must have summoned them.
The last thing we need's a crowd. Let's dispatch them quickly.
Orochi's Fury! Its armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
I'll bring you down.
Armor won't save you!
Orochi's Fury!
More where that came from! Confiscate!
Orochi's Fury!
A thrilling performance.
Far enough!
By the power of water! Catapult! By the power of
Try harder! Orochi's Fury!
Elusive deity!
This one's all mine!
Pile driver!
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Eagle Ray!
Demon Fang!
First aid! Oh, violent
Sword Rain!
Carve now!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Here! Into the shadows! I'll be... Maybe this will...
There!
Prime the Raging Storm!
Smash you!
A banana!
Being
Let's go!
interrupted.
Here's another...
Require a hand.
Do it!
Can you take...
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside
You picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang!
Lightning can die! Not in your dreams! By the power of
Orochi's Fury!
Do it!
Greenwell! Light Burst Spore!
Radiant Genesis! Cyan Instant Weapon!
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Driven in.
Demon Fang!
Arctic Waterfall!
Far enough!
Healing
Sword Rain Alpha! It's
Resonate with the earth!
Here I go!
I'm ready! Hey! Ha! Blow them away! Take this!
Here comes something bigger.
New player. Let's destroy this thing first.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Orochi's Fury! You picked the wrong fight!
Dance in the wind!
Orochi's Fury!
Air thrust!
I can carve through armor! Begin! Elusive
Heaven and
deity!
The fluidity of your music is simply incredible.
No further!
Illuminate magic and where are you going? Holy Lamp!
Here, let me help.
Astral energy! First aid!
Demon Fang!
Vanquish
Join
darkness!
Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Nothing gets out!
Vanquish darkness!
Here I come! It's over! Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight! Try harder!
Anything in armor is all mine! I can carve through armor!
Orochi's Fury!
Dance in the wind!
Demon Fang!
Air thrust! A whirling struggle! Mega ray! Winds of heaven! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Orochi's Fury!
I'll bring you down! Air thrust! I'll heal you all!
Orochi's Fury!
Not now, not ever!
Burn! Orochi's Fury!
Eagle Ray! In a bind?
Raging storm! Lightning! There you go! Don't let up!
Carve through armor!
Razor sight!
Stalagmite!
I'm going to need to use all the... Its wings are lighting up!
It's getting ready to attack!
Help this!
Such tremendous power.
Don't face it head on.
Strike!
Freezing storm!
The flame inside me
Got
yearns
it.
to be let free!
Now's our chance!
Demon Fang!
Negative
That'll bring you down! Dance in the wind!
Orochi's Fury!
I'll heal you all! Whirling struggle!
Orochi's Fury!
Leave the charges to me.
In a bind? Anything in armor is all mine!
Dance in the wind!
My natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I could never.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Our expert coming through!
Let me
Try
free you
harder!
of your power.
You're dispatched!
Dance in the wind! Here's a healing arm! Air thrust! First aid! A whirling struggle!
Demon Fang!
Winds of heaven!
black and
First
blade.
aid! Hear my call!
Try harder! Demon Fang! You're mine!
Not on my watch! Burning strike!
Glacial
Demon Stop! Orochi's Fury!
I'll smash you! I'm ready!
Healing arm!
Demon Fall!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here, let me
You're
have one
mine!
line!
Orochi's
Where are
Fury!
you going?
Can't get out of this!
A banana! Let's go!
Seriously? More orbs?
These things are starting to tick me off.
Demon Fang! Burn it!
Another incantation ruined.
Ready to go! Free bladder! Holy Land!
Far enough!
Here I go! I'll fix you up! Holy Recover!
Good for you is supposed to be the best motivation.
Show you what my body is between heaven and earth!
Demon Fang!
A wailing Banshee of
Orochi's Stop!
I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts
Our
do
attacks
best.
just bounce off.
All
may
mine
have
can
to
do is
wait for
cause
now.
havoc and destruction.
Try harder! You're mine!
Raging Storm!
Orochi's Fury!
Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of
The
Fury!
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Lightning Orb!
Demon Fang!
Dance in the wind! I never miss!
Now,
Air
while
drop!
it's reeling!
Take it down! Between heaven and earth!
Demon Fang!
A wailing Dancy awakening! Hold on to your arm! Here's the healing arrow! Come! I can handle it! First aid!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Light astral energy!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Shine! Radiant light! Here I go!
You'll pay for that!
Magic is there! Thunderbolt! You get the gist. Holy Lamp! Stop! Bring you back from death to this. Resuscitation! Wind astral energy!
It's too much!
Raging Orb! Dance in the wind! Healing Pulse! This will come in handy.
Try harder! Now!
Can you take it? Corruption!
Ignite!
I never miss! It looks like you got this one covered!
Through armor! No further!
Here's a healing art!
You picked the wrong fight!
It's weakened by the starting wind!
This ends now! Now I can let loose!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Sword Rain Alpha!
A wailing
Changing tactics!
There's no telling what it'll do! Stay focused! I'm going to need you. They're not playing around!
Heal my weary.
Here's
Try
an
harder.
instant! I can't hold on much longer! A wailing Banshee of Divine!
Shattering of pieces! Attack!
Now I can let
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more
Holy
careful.
Glimmer! Holy Land! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing Banshee of
Wide
Lightning!
open!
It won't escape me.
I can carve through!
Divine!
Burn in hell!
I'll blind you with this spell!
Will this help?
No
Charge
further.
Marvelous! Ready!
Orochi's
Outstanding form! Healing circle now!
I'm ready!
What?
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's the worst off our backs! Look! That weak point on his face is wide open!
That must be what the Zuba was protecting.
It's over!
Whirling struggle!
Burn!
Begin!
Demon Fang!
Feel the medical
Orochi's Fury!
Cyan Instant!
Background Blade!
Take this! Nest on the way! I can carve through armor!
I'm ready!
Orochi's Fury!
Abyssal deep! Clear for us a path!
Demon Fang!
Kisara, I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
I think it stopped moving.
Yeah. Hopefully things should be safe. For now.
I guess...
Yeah.
You don't say.
This should be a good place to fight.
Wow, Kisara. It's so big.
You're talking about my shield, right?
Good.
Really now?
My word, this must be the work of Providence.
Prova what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
We should be able to cook here.
Hey!
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while?
Would you perchance be interested in going on a walk together?
Why? You're not on guard duty for another few hours.
Which is why I want to walk. To hear the music in these parts.
Music? Where are you going to find musicians all the way out here?
There's more to music than what people play. It's in the grass, fluttering in the wind, the leaves in the trees, and the songs of birds and insects. Once you open your ears, you'll find that music is truly everywhere in this world.
What sounds like music depends on who's listening, huh? It's an interesting idea, but I think it might be a little too difficult for me. Speaking of music, whatever happened to your instruments? You used to be a musician, didn't you?
Those are well out of my reach at this point. That aside, I don't feel that I yet have the right to play any of them again. You could say that it is in part my way of atoning for that which I have failed to do over the years.
Meaning that you haven't completely given up on making things right.
Do you think me a fool stuck in the past?
Not at all. In fact, far from it. You sound like you're still holding out hope for a brighter future. Picture yourself being able to play your music again. Doesn't that motivate you to keep going even when things get tough?
I see what you mean. I didn't realize that drive still lingered within me. The darkness in one's heart is sure to manifest in their music. However, I promise you that one day, when that darkness has finally lifted, I shall let you hear me perform.
Well, now that you've said it, you're gonna have to follow through. I look forward to hearing you play.
We'd best get ready for tomorrow.
Better after last night?
We've reached our destination.
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cutest.
Again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey!
Got it.
Very well.
training ground.
Hey, isn't that a Hell Gankwell?
Is it some sort of prototype?
Whatever it is, it's a real tough customer.
Here's the evil!
Ignite! No further!
Firmament Breaker! Here's the evil!
Showtime! Now you see what I can do! Elusive deity! I'll face you! Double demon power! Demon fang!
Stop! Air drop! Radiant heaven and earth! Regeneration! Lightning!
Stop!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Leave your enemy's art to me!
Denied! No complaints here! I owe you one. Take this!
Lightning orbs!
No further!
Magic is there!
Easter! Take this! Now you see what I can do! Elusive deity!
Heaven and earth! Annihilation! A wailing bounty of lightning!
Demon fang!
He wants to handle! Here's the wind! A whirling struggle!
Negative gate!
Our expert coming through!
Blood! It's over!
Firmament surrender!
Bloody fury!
I'll
Right out! Flame inside me! Yours to be let free! Double demon fang! They smite with blackened blade! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Can you take it? Not today!
Lightning orb!
Save you!
Lightning condemned!
Denied! They smite with glory! I'm ready! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Orochi
Lunar
Fury!
corruption!
Demon Fang!
I'll face you! This one's mine!
Bestow thy mystic mercy! Orochi Fury! Pissed on! Sword Ring Alpha! Double Demon Fang!
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What a friend's for, I depend on one.
Not today!
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Demon Fang!
A chain between heaven and earth!
A thrilling performance.
Armor won't save you! On your Demon can't get out of this! Orochi Fury!
Here's the evil! Arts require complete Freeze Lancer!
Demon Fang!
I'll blind you into Shining Supernova! Rage in the wind!
Pissed on! Burn in hell! Demon Fang!
Thank you for the healing, Doberine.
Thank
Our
you.
comrades use our ability. I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on.
We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky.
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Hold on to your arm.
You're mine!
Here I come.
Burn! On your Demon Fang!
Dance in the wind! Air
Take
drop!
this! Orochi Fury!
A whirling struggle!
Demon Fang!
Not on my watch!
Amazing.
Here's the
Orochi
raging
Farna!
cascade!
Elusive deity! Stop! Defeating breath! A whirling stop! Breath of life! Feel my weary Demon Fang! Flame inside me! Yours to be let free! Not today! Demon Fang!
Shining Supernova! You go! It's the water! Raging cascade! By the power of flame! Finish without
Demon Fang! I'm ready!
Ringwell! Frozen!
Hammer! How about it?
Yeah. Huh?
Hey!
Mm-hmm.
Watch it.
Oh, what?
Seriously? Seriously? hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Hopefully it's nothing that'll be too hard to deal with.
I've been doing really great lately.
This came out so good. Hootle, no, that's mine.
Never thought I'd see you fighting Hootle over food of all things. Normally you share everything you have with him.
Yeah, but this is a fancy parfait. Every girl dreams of having one of these.
Is it really that big of a deal?
Please don't bring me into this.
It's always nice to eat something that fulfilling.
I can't believe I actually get to have it all for myself. Every little bite makes me so happy.
But isn't that parfait gonna cost you quite a lot more than your regular ice cream choice?
That's all the more reason for me to enjoy it. Everyone knows it takes lots and lots of sweets to stay full of energy.
Everybody, a cream monster has devoured Rinwell.
At times such as these, it would be best to just let her do as she wishes.
Yeah, definitely.
Dohalim's right. If someone's trying to enjoy their favorite food, just leave them to it and don't bother them.
Yep, can't argue with that.
I don't get women.
So good!
Hmm?
Yes! Very
Seriously, what do they take us for?
Research subjects, just like everything else.
We've reached our destination.
I bet that one could give me a decent workout.
You're planning to fight it alone?
No way! I need your help.
Let's see what you've got.
Take this! It's over! Now see what I can do!
It'll body slam us in next week! The flashing parts are weak points!
Begin! Take this!
Photon Here's to the wind!
You picked the wrong fight!
Seal!
Leave the party to me! Seismic Rupture! There!
Shining Supernova!
Can't get out of this! Fury!
A banana, let's go! Here goes! Magic advance!
I'll stop its charge!
In here! Thanks, Kisara!
Bestow thy mystic mercy! Take this! This one's all mine! Burn! Allow me to help you. You're mine!
Alright, it's showtime!
I'll blind you with now you see what I can do! You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Heal my weary companion!
I never miss! Puddle!
Why don't you won't escape me!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Heal my wearied companion!
Light Accelerator East! Burning Strike! Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Here I come!
Leave the chargers to me! Here's a healing
Denied!
Ready and ready!
I can carve through armor! Everlasting shock! Be still! Hurricane Captain! Bestow thy mystic mercy! Orochi's fury! I'm ready!
Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Take this!
Raging
Orochi's fury! No further!
Eat dirt! Seven-Eye Ultra! This one's mine!
Orochi's fury! A thrilling performance! You picked the wrong fight! Nothing will hold me back! Demon Fire! Orochi's fury!
Seven-Eye Ultra! Annihilation!
Showtime!
A wailing beauty of lightning!
What I can do! Vacuum blade! Negative gate! Burn in hell!
Steel!
Take this!
They're not playing around!
Orochi's fury! Orochi's fury! Sword Rain Alpha! Demon Fang! Now it's all that loose! Orochi's fury!
This one's mine!
Demon Fang! Being interrupted!
Lightning!
Coming
Easter! Prepare to be seen!
Now you see what I did!
Radiant
Sword Rain Alpha!
Raging Storm! By the power of
Roaching Fury! You are caught! Bloody howling!
You don't mind if I do!
Far enough! It's on!
First aid!
Now, all is freely!
Take it down! Here! Light after light after death!
Elusive Genie!
I'll never fit!
There!
Can you take it?
Roaching Fury!
Lunar corruption!
Roaching Fury!
Power of water! Can't swirl! Radiant without a trace! Celestial hammer!
Roaching Fury!
Explosive! Here goes!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Burning strike!
You're mine! Now we're not... It's over!
Confiscated!
It's too much! In a bind, anything in order is all mine! Now I can let loose! Roaching Fury!
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike! Breath of life! Heal my weary companion! Armor won't save you! Sword Rain Alpha! Demon!
Got it!
Demon Fang!
Now's our chance!
It's over! Roaching Fury!
Ready to go!
Here I come! You're finished! Blood! Roaching Fury! Bloody Demon Fang!
This one's mine! Get out of there with the others!
Demon Land! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Prepare to be seen! Orochi Barna!
Healing circle! It looks like you got this now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Cross!
By the power of flame! Can't this without trace!
Anything in armor is all mine! Necrusca! Take this!
Outstanding form!
Demon Fang! I'll smash you!
Burning
to be let free!
They're not playing around! Freeze blood! Celestial hammer!
Show thy
This
mystic
one's
mercy!
mine!
Take this!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. Photon flash!
Everlasting dark!
Demon
Fang! Negative
Free
free!
flash!
Sword Rain out!
Radiant
Radiant! I can glory through all! It's on!
One up! Here I come!
Burn in hell!
Here goes laser sword! Here goes
Fury! He's got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Right! Still anyone to bind?
Don't let up! I'm ready!
Orochi Fury!
Ready to go!
I'll blind you into dust! Double Demon Fang! Anything in armor is all mine!
Dominate render!
Demon Land! This one's all mine! Tornado Rod!
Lunar corruption!
Elusive Deity! Burn in hell! Eagle Ray! Demon Fang! Orochi Fury!
Primed and ready!
Take this! Demon Fang!
It's weakened!
Orochi Fury! This ends now!
Do it!
This debt.
Astral energy! Full throttle! Go! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
We seem to have come across something a little unusual. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
That's insane.
Yes!
Really now.
This looks so good.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Aw, who's...
I'll see you again tomorrow.
Days like this are made for fishing.
Days like this are rather loud.
That Zoogle seems intriguing.
That's all you have to say about it?
So this
is the ones who polluted the pond! Consider this payback for all those fish!
Last city of God!
The flashing parts are weak points!
I'll smash you!
Here's the eagle!
Rhapsody of Darkness!
Free Blazer!
Not today!
Raging Storm! Lead the enemy's arc to me!
Form a line! No
Raining blobs of slime! Gross! I'll take out as many as I can!
Clear for us a path!
Here I go!
No odds of being interrupted!
I've never missed! Outstanding form!
Here I come! Heal my weary
Wide open!
It won't escape me!
Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning! Will this help?
I can carve through armor! Can't get out of this!
Seal! Let's take you off the way!
On your
Demon! Begin! Alright, it's showtime!
Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Stay away from my friend!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Burn in hell!
Do more! By the power of each
Burn up! Orochi's Fury!
Chinese Supernova! Let me help.
Resonate
Hold on to your arc. Here I come! Vanquish darkness! Ready? That'll bring you down!
Now you see what I can do!
Do it!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Orochi's Fury! Ignite! Changing tactics!
There's no telling what it'll do. Stay focused! The enemy is going all out!
Now or never! No further!
Perfect move!
Here there comes a big one!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Demon Fang!
I'm nearly done for!
Demon Fang!
Shine! Radiant light!
Take this!
Armor won't save you! Power up!
Arcade waterfall!
Burn!
In your destiny. Then tonight's meal is on you. Good job.
Let me help. Where are you going? First sword! Sleep now. This will come in handy.
Okay, here I go! Here I go! Orochi's Fury!
Begin!
Demon Fang!
The everlasting dark! Negative gate!
Don't mind if I do.
They might... Take this! Armor won't save you!
Take this! It's on!
Here's the evil.
You picked the wrong fight!
Not on my watch.
Vacuum blade! Demon Fang!
In a bind?
We've almost got it beat.
It's getting weaker.
Bloody holiday!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Negative gate!
Not today!
I can do this all day.
Bloody holiday! Pieces! Attack time! Negative gate!
Hold on to your
ready.
heart. Astral energy.
Say no more!
No way!
Looks like the little guy had a trick up its sleeve.
There's always something bigger and slimier.
Don't mind if I do.
Seriously? The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone! Orochi's Fury! I'm not done!
Raging Luna Storm! Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Orochi's
In a
Fury!
bind?
Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Burn in hell! Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
Can't get out of
The fluidity of your movement is simply
Where are you
incredible.
going? Too much to handle?
Now you see what I can do!
This one's all mine! Short Rain Alpha! Double D!
Far enough!
Seal!
I'll find you with a cup! You succeeded! Now I'm taking wild
I
time!
don't know what I'd do without you.
Not on my watch!
Perhaps now isn't the time.
don't.
There you go! Don't let up!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Take this! I'm not done!
Where are you going?
The big one's up to something.
I don't want to know what else it has in store.
Let's smash it to pieces before it can show us!
Quite. Watch yourself! Sense incredible power!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Sword Rain out! Roaching Fury!
Let's go! Photon, it looks like you...
Ready and ready! Eat dirt! I'll smash you!
Sleep now.
Orochi's Fury!
Let's get you all tucked away.
Vacuum Blade! Begin!
Where are you going? It's weekend! Hard steel!
This ends now!
Not on my watch!
Orochi's head!
None
No
shall
further!
escape my judgment!
It's on!
Lightning condense!
Burn in hell!
Thunderbolt!
Orochi's Fury!
Magic is there! Holy power of water!
Double Demon Fang!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Orochi's Fury!
One final push.
Let's finish this off!
I'll do my best not to disappoint.
Not on my watch! That'll bring you down!
Ignite!
In a bind?
Demon Fang! Sword Rain out!
Weapon is ready! Explosion! Sleep now!
Orochi's Fury!
On your knees.
Lightning storm! Ready to go!
Orochi's Fury! Burn!
I can storm through armor. Take this.
I'm ready! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
All right.
Sure.
All right!
Uh-huh.
Huh? What?
Oh, wow!
You dummy!
Good grief.
Ugh, I feel so gross and sticky after that fight.
Tell me about it. We better hurry and get a bath and laundry going ASAP. Oh. Great! Yes!
We've reached our destination.
Okay.
Okay.
Good one. Good.
All right!
Good grief.
We have truly borne witness to a striking example of female determination this day.
Yeah, you said it.
Looks like we made it here in one piece. Done. This is sure to give the
Shionne, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey.
What is it?
Do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what exactly?
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh? Dinner? Oh, dinner, yes. Yes, of course. Dinner. Right.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you have in mind?
Well, do you recognize these ingredients?
This is... Wait, is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we ever had together. Although, I remember it not being well received when we had it.
You still remember that, huh? I'm sorry, Shionne.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it, we should be finished in no time.
I never thought we'd end up eating alone like this again. Just the two of us.
Yeah. So much has changed when you look back on it. Well, I guess maybe not what we're eating, but still.
No, I'd say even that's changed too, in a sense. Our meals are a whole lot better now.
True. We've both come quite a long way in the culinary arts.
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I put it? It feels like eating together is a lot more enjoyable than it used to be.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, when Dana is saved and our mission is finished,
we'll probably still be sitting down to dinner like this, night after night.
Yep, I doubt that much will change. You've always got to eat at some point.
I hope our dinners will always feel like this.
Maybe not exactly like this. Hopefully we won't still be camping out.
Oh, no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen. That'd be nice too.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
Standing side by side.
Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Side by side, huh?
I think it's time we go to sleep. Did you get enough sleep?
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
We finally made it.
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cue to...
Really now. Huh.
Is that so?
Well... Is this really a good idea, though?
Are you not the one who wished to reach an accord with them?
Yes, but still...
This will be our last favor regardless. Let us dispatch this ultimate Zoogle of theirs. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
That... Zoogl's in our way.
I'm ready to fight it anytime you are.
So this is it. The Zoogl to end all Zoogls.
Its name would certainly suggest as much.
Let's give those researchers the shock of their lives.
Got it!
Orochi's Fury!
Go for the weak point!
This one's all mine! Orochi's Fury! Not today!
Outstanding form!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Execution!
Reload!
I'll smash you!
Orochi's Fury!
No further!
Sighted!
Orochi's Fury!
Confiscated! Masters made one!
Sword Rain Alpha! This one's all mine! Ignite!
Don't suffer in silence.
Blaze of fear! Here's evil!
Demon Fang!
Freeze Lancer!
Take it!
My weary companion! This one's mine!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What our friends are for, I guess depend on what we do.
You're expert coming
I'll bear
through!
that in mind.
Freeze Lancer!
Engulfs you! The flame inside me, yours to be let free!
Lightning is a healing!
Tearing you apart!
Bloody hell! In a bind?
Cosmos, Holy Glimmer! Cyan Instant! Holy Lanza!
Orochi's Fury activity!
Awailing Genshin Lightning!
Demon Fang!
Power of Flame! I'm ready!
Double Demon Fang!
That'll bring you down! Don't leave me!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with complete hesitation.
Rain down and healing circle!
On Orochi's Fury!
None shall escape my judgment!
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury!
This one's all mine. Beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
Orochi's Fury!
Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Demon Fang!
No further! I'm in your deck, Dokkan. Then tonight's meal is on you. Keep going.
So thy mystic mercy.
Wide open!
It won't escape me.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Thanks.
Sword Rain Alpha! Burn in hell! Orochi's Fury!
Where are you going?
Orochi's Fury!
Confiscated!
Demon Fang!
Spirit Flame! It looks like you got this one covered!
No further.
Here! I'm out of ammo!
Anything. I won't move. Not now. Not ever. The abyss. Clear for us. I'm gonna need more.
You picked the wrong fight! Orochi's Fury!
I can carve through one. Shine. Radiant light.
If it's in the sky, it's mine! That'll bring you down! I can handle it!
Regenerate.
Radiant Star!
Orochi's Fury!
Into the shadows!
Vacuum Blade!
There. The flame inside me. Yours to be let free.
Demon Fang!
They smite with dazzle.
That tail's a problem. Then let's focus.
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Radiant Star!
Burn!
Vacuum
Blade!
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can.
Save you.
Right drawn up, Dokkan.
Can you take it?
Dance Immortal Gauntlet! Freeze Lancer!
Vacuum Blade!
The waters of creation far enough!
Rending you apart.
Dance Immortal Gauntlet! That'll bring you down!
Bloody. I'm ready.
Kitara, frozen!
Hammer.
Dance Move it now!
Water.
switching up its movements. Watch out!
The enemy is going all out!
Thy mystic mercy.
Too nice to handle!
I could do without it. Hey!
Our ability to survive.
Right. You! No one is dying on our watch.
Get out of this!
More for the stockpile! Freeze laser! Magic dance!
Now, try harder!
I'll finish you up! Eat
I owe
first!
you one.
That'll bring you down!
I can't move!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
From death to this! Reach such a time if I do!
A thrilling performance. Another incantation ruined.
Ready to go! Lightning orb! Healing circle!
Okay.
Have this whirl! I'll bring you down!
This one's all mine! Orochi Fury!
There you go! Don't let up!
On your ignite!
If it's in the sky, that'll bring you down!
Denied! Rending you apart!
Here, let me know!
In a bind?
I can't kill you forever! Sleep now! By the power!
They smite with blackened blade! Ready and raring! No! Can't end here!
I couldn't make it in time.
Imbue this power will save you!
Glacial Spear! Repair field! Freeze Land! Let's hit you up!
Not done yet!
Struggle! Not in your dreams!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
You picked the wrong fight!
This one's mine!
Can't get out of this!
Ice tornado!
Elusive deity! Nothing gets in my way! Shattering of pieces! Attack!
Hold on to your arts! Here I come!
Burn! Seismic rupture!
Downfall!
Raging lunar storm! I have no limits! Orochi! I'm nearly done for! Heal my weary companion!
Here's evil!
Orochi Fury!
Let the marksman have it!
Mirage!
Wailing
Orochi Fury!
Lunar corruption! I won't give up!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! From the Demon Fang! Imbue this vanquished soul with Demon Fang!
Big waterfall!
I can't be right!
Here goes! Instant! Confiscated!
Eat dirt! Now it's
water! I'm ready!
Armor won't save you! To help you! Orochi Fury!
Arrow form!
Try harder!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Freeze Lancer!
My weary Orochi Fury!
This one's mine!
Thanks!
Purge Malevolent!
Orochi Fury! Can't get out of this!
Cyan in Freeze Lancer! I'm all stuffed up!
This one's all mine!
Annihilate!
Burn it!
Confiscated!
Vacuum blade!
What in the world?
Don't hurry!
I'm alright. I'm still standing.
Heal!
They're not playing around!
Anything in armor is all mine! Shower radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Don't suffer in
Thank you.
I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on.
You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Let me free you. Okay, here I go.
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Demon Fang!
I'll never
Rending
fit!
you apart! Burn! Bloody hell!
Here's a
Can't get out
healing
of
art!
this!
Dusty nail! First aid!
The Tempest engulfs you! Take this! On your knees! I can carve through armor!
Illuminate the dark! Will this help? Come forth! Holy glimmer!
Air pressure!
Holy lance! A chain between heaven and earth! An instant!
Orochi Fury! Air pressure!
Annihilation!
Orochi Fury!
It's weakened!
This ends now!
Not in your dreams!
Orochi
I'm
Fury!
ready! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Yes.
Huh?
Hmm?
Really?
Really now.
I'm going to put their genius to use in restoring Dana.
You're weighing recruitment options here, of all places? I admit I'm impressed.
After the help we've given them, it's the least they can do for us.
Done. This is sure to... All right, it's done. Apologies for the wait, you guys.
That's a lot of fish you've cut up again, Kisara.
That's because I caught so many earlier. If you're going to eat them, it's best to do it while they're still fresh.
Was it difficult slicing up that many fish?
No, I'm used to it. It's no big deal for me at this point.
I know I probably shouldn't be saying this after all the trouble you went through, but I've never really understood the appeal of sashimi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Law. I didn't realize. I only make it because it's an easy way to deal with big catches when I fish.
You haven't done anything wrong, Kisara. Law, if you don't like the flavor, you're always welcome to add some of my spices to it.
Hey, yeah, that might work. I'll just put some of this here.
What's wrong, Law? I've never seen someone jump up and sprint off that fast.
He ran as soon as he took a bite of that sashimi.
Was he crying because of the taste?
I don't think the sashimi is the problem here, guys.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind,
Not today! Demon Fang!
Take this! I can carve through armor!
Aim for the weak spot!
Meteor storm! Where are you going? There you go! Don't let up! Cyan instant!
I'll grind you into dust!
Charge like that
could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Raging Luna Storm!
Now or never!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Double Demon Fang!
Rending you apart!
Hurricane Thrust!
Bloody howling! Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Negative gate!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc! Blazing! See what I can rocket into next week!
This one's mine!
It's over!
Dance, immortal droplets! Water, hear my call! Here goes!
Double far enough!
Get out of there with the extra burning strike!
Glacial Spear!
Here
I begin!
Start breathing! Rain down and purify all!
Elusive deity!
The water's moving in
Ether!
Dance, immortal droplets!
In a bind?
Tidal wind! Don't mind if I do! I'll heal you all! Healing banana!
Carve through Velocity of dark!
My astral energy!
A thrilling performance!
What would I do without you?
No dawn flame inside me deserves to be let free! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
The heavens must be smiling.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too!
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renis Alma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renis Alma's here, right?
Just don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevracht 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renis Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but When I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.